Channel 2. Channel 1. 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 Channel 2.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine
Channel 1.
start.
Channel 2.
3, 2, 1.
Channel 1. Channel 2. Channel 1. Channel 2. Channel 1. Channel 2.
Hello and welcome everybody,
1.
and welcome
Channel
to
2.
day number 2 here of the Asian Qualifiers. As we are ready to get racing underway, I am joined next
Channel
to me
1.
here by
Channel
my
2.
co-commentator Alex Freifel. Alex, hello, how are you doing?
I'm really good, thanks, Jan. It's lovely to be here again today on another
Channel
great
1.
morning. The
Channel
sky's looking
2.
really good with great weather. I bumped into C2 this morning while coming here, and he's looking energetic and ready to crush some sailing out there today.
Channel
So
1.
looking forward
Channel
to
2.
seeing the racing.
Yeah, he had a great day yesterday, and I'm sure he's eager to get back out onto the water. He'll be going out a little bit further, a
Channel
little bit
1.
later on today,
Channel
as
2.
the fields are inverse. We're going to be starting with Group B, and then sailing with Group A. So let's take a look at the
1.
highlights from
Channel 2.
yesterday before we start racing from today.
Minus 10, 9,
Channel 1.
8.
Channel
We have
2.
a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Thailand and to the Ocean Marina
Channel 1.
Yacht Club
Channel
for the
2.
SSL Gold Cup Asian Qualifiers Road to Rio. 7 nations competing for the 2 available spots to the 2026
Channel
Gold Cup
1.
Finals in
Channel
Brazil.
2.
2 groups sailing 2 races each in 10 to 16 knots of wind, 320 degrees. Philippines and Myanmar get the best start, really
Channel
sharp
1.
on the gun.
Channel 2.
Philippines get away with a small lead, which they build up the first leg. They lead around the top mark with Myanmar and South Korea not far behind. Vietnam and
Channel
Myanmar
1.
having a bit of trouble
Channel
with their
2.
spinnaker. Down the first run, Philippines break away further, going first through the lower gate. Myanmar having spinnaker problems
Channel
again
1.
and get overtaken
Channel
by
2.
South Korea, who take up the chase. Down the final run, Philippines do everything right to protect their lead and finish first.
Channel 1. Channel 2.
South Korea gets second and Myanmar third. Race number 2. Philippines block out South Korea, who had to avoid the start boat
Channel 1.
and circle
Channel
around.
2.
Myanmar and Vietnam had a great start, but Philippines caught up to them quickly. Round the top mark, it's Myanmar
Channel
followed
1.
closely
Channel
by
2.
Philippines and Vietnam. Down the first run, Myanmar and Philippines fight for an advantage. Through the lowered gate,
Channel 1.
Myanmar and
Channel
Philippines
2.
split the marks. But it's a big win for Myanmar at the end. Philippines got second, and South Korea managed to secure
Channel
the
1.
third place.
Channel 2.
So after 2 races in Group A at the SSL Gold Cup Asian Qualifiers, Philippines lead with 7 points. Myanmar
Channel
is
1.
second with 6
Channel
points.
2.
South Korea and Vietnam are tight on 3 points. In Group B, the start line is a very even start
Channel
in
1.
race number 1.
Channel 2.
The fleet making their way up the beat together. Round the top mark, it's Oman leading the group, UAE rounding in second, and Kazakhstan
Channel
in
1.
third.
Channel 2.
UAE and Kazakhstan having problems with their spinnaker. Oman took full advantage of the situation, leading the rest of the race and finishing
Channel 1.
first.
Channel 2.
Kazakhstan crossing the line second and UAE third. UAE came of the starting line first in race number 2, but couldn't
Channel
carry
1.
the momentum
Channel
through to the
2.
top mark. Oman took control of the race, arriving at the mark first and sailed off by themselves. The strength
Channel
of the
1.
wind kept
Channel
rising on
2.
this first downwind, and some teams struggled with the conditions. Oman went on to secure their second bullet of the day.
Channel 1.
UAE
Channel 2.
came second and Kazakhstan third. In the end, in Group B, Team Oman is leading with 6 points. Kazakhstan and the United Arab
Channel 1.
Emirates are tied
Channel
in
2.
second place with 3 points each.
Channel 1. Channel
So
2.
that was yesterday's highlights right there, Alex. And right now we're going to talk about a little bit of the road to Rio. And this is why we're here, the
Channel
Asian
1.
qualifier.
Channel
So
2.
as you see right here is a map of what's going to be going on the right-hand side right there. That's our objective. That's next year in December of 2026. Right
Channel
now,
1.
as
Channel
you see
2.
on the left, this is the Asian qualifiers. So out of these Asian qualifiers and of the 7 teams that are participating right now, only 2 teams will
Channel
make it
1.
and have a
Channel
ticket
2.
to go on to the SSL Gold Cup. The next qualifiers will be African qualifiers with Oceania, and only 1 boat out
Channel
of those
1.
qualifiers
Channel 2.
will make it to the SSL Gold Cup. The following qualifiers will be European qualifiers, where 4 boats will be qualified. We got a lot
Channel
more
1.
teams right there
Channel
sailing in
2.
that. And then finally, the last group to qualify themselves will be the Pan American qualifiers. That'll happen just a couple days before
Channel 1.
the actual
Channel
event
2.
in Brazil. So that is the plan, the road plan to Rio, and this is how teams are getting themselves
Channel 1.
qualified.
Channel 2.
Now we're only talking about 10 teams right here that are going to be qualifying themselves, as there are 30 more teams
Channel 1.
that
Channel
have
2.
qualified already themselves throughout the qualification series due to their sailing and the points they have as a team.
Channel 1.
I think
Channel
we have a
2.
graphic that shows how many teams we have, or perhaps we don't. But anyways, there's 30 teams that will be
Channel
that
1.
will be
Channel 2.
that is coming through and has already qualified. So 10 right now going through with these qualifiers right now.
Channel 1. Channel 2.
Let's move on to the day schedule right now, and here is the plan for the day. We're starting today with Group B and
Channel
our
1.
3
Channel
teams
2.
that are sailing in that group, and then followed a little bit later this afternoon will be Group A. So yesterday we saw a little bit lighter wind conditions
1.
in the morning, and
Channel
then
2.
a little bit heavier air, actually definitely heavier airs in
for
the
sure.
afternoon. For sure. So let's
Channel
now
1.
let's
Channel
go to
2.
Carolina. Carolina is getting ready for some interviews. Let's take a look at the entry list to begin
Channel 1.
with.
Channel 2.
Here is our 3 teams. Start off with top left-hand side right there. Team Kazakhstan, the Nomad Force. They
Channel
are
1.
SSL
Channel
ranked
2.
number 93, and they're weighing in 698 kilos. So a pretty light team, but they're not the lightest one, as you see just underneath them, UAE.
Channel 1.
They're a little bit
Channel
lighter.
2.
Talking about the UAE, the Falcons, bottom left-hand side of your screen. So they're ranked SSL number 50, weighing in at 659
Channel 1.
kilos. And captain
Channel
of that
2.
team is Adil Khalid. And up top right-hand side is Oman, the Lions of the Sea, SSL ranked number 62,
Channel
weighing
one.
in at 729.6 kilos, so only 400 grams away from the maximum for this team. And the captain of that is Al-Mashari Nasser.
Channel
Those
one.
are
Channel
the
two.
three teams here in Group B. And as we go on to an interview with Team Oman right now.
Channel 1.
Hello,
Channel
Jan.
2.
Thank you very much. I'm here with the SSL team Oman trimmer, Ipti. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Yesterday
Channel
you
1.
crushed the races.
Channel
it was
2.
very nice battle. You won 2 races. So how was the feeling after the day?
It was fantastic day for us yesterday.
Channel 1.
The team
Channel
has
2.
smashed it. We worked on our communication, and it was great for us as a team. Everyone knows what he's doing and his role
Channel
in the
1.
boat. So
Channel
I
2.
think that communication in the boat is very important as a team, because you're not alone. You're 9 in the boat, so doing one maneuver
Channel 1.
takes
Channel
all the
2.
team.
And it was something challenging for you yesterday?
Excuse me, I didn't.
If it was something challenging for you yesterday?
Channel
The
1.
wind has been
Channel
great
2.
for us. We are comfortable, in this kind of wind. We're not scared of anything. We do what we do, and at the
Channel
end,
1.
it
Channel
takes
2.
all the team efforts.
Yesterday you showed really great performance in a strong wind. It was more than 50 knots on the race course, and today we have
Channel
a little
1.
bit
Channel
lighter
2.
wind because you're sailing at the first group. It is better or worse for your team?
For us, it doesn't matter what kind of wind do we have.
Channel 1.
Light or
Channel
medium
2.
or windy. We have been training in the different kind of wind. So there is no problem for us. We don't
Channel
change
1.
roles
Channel
in the boat.
2.
We stay the same.
The goal for today?
Of course, to win.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That was
Channel
an
1.
interview of
Channel
Ibtisan
2.
right there. She's a trimmer on Team Oman yesterday. Team Oman just having a wonderful day out there, Alex.
Absolutely. They did really well to manage the conditions and handle
Channel
their
1.
boat despite
Channel
having
2.
quite strong wind in the late afternoon. So, we could see that the teamwork with them, the coordination on the boat really
Channel 1.
came out, and the
Channel
results
2.
were there. They got 2 bullets, which was an excellent way to end the day.
Yeah, wonderful for them. They really it was quite strong by the time they were sailing
Channel 1.
the last race,
Channel
and
2.
they took their time. They performed well. They had really no issues, and they just got around that race course.
Yeah,
no
but
problem.
I think
Channel 1.
starting today,
Channel
as they're
2.
at the beginning, they might appreciate being in the morning group, since it will probably be a little bit lighter.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit lighter. It'll be a change
Channel
for them.
1. Channel
So
2.
interesting to see what these conditions are going to bring. But we expect the wind to build up and to turn a little bit left, like it has been.
Similar
for
to
the last-
yesterday.
Exactly.
Channel 1. Channel
Alex,
2.
we're going to continue on and go back and speak with Carolina as she has an interview from Kazakhstan.
Hello, I'm here with
Channel 1.
Danat, SSL team Kazakhstan trimmer. We are just before the docking out. How do you feel before the start?
Good morning. A bit of anxiety, but excitement as well. We need to perform better. I think we have the capacity to do better, and really excited. Slightly nervous, but I hope that we'll perform today.
What was your reflections yesterday after the sailing?
I think the 2 things. One is that we were good at start, and there were points in time we were actually in front. So it is possible for us to come back first in general. The issue for us has been the gennaker, for sure, the spinnaker. So we need to make sure that it goes up and comes down just as it has to, without any issues, on time. So that's the key thing for us today, is to make sure the spinnaker goes up and down. And I think then we have a chance to be in the lead position today.
I saw yesterday that the start and the first upwind was very, very good in SSL team Kazakhstan, and the battle was also really nice between the teams.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we definitely enjoyed it. It was fun until we had troubles with the spinnaker, but hopefully this will be fixed today, and then, it will be even more intense, I think.
Today you're racing first, Group B is racing first, and the wind will be probably a little bit lighter on the race course.
Yeah, we expect that, although, to be honest, forecast in Thailand for wind is not really worth much, so we'll see. It can change anytime, but it might. We're taking 3 different jeeps with us today, so we'll see. Whatever the wind, whatever wind is out there, we'll be ready.
Perfect. So thank you so much and good luck today.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
So that was Team Kazakhstan right there with the interview, and now let's listen to their national anthem. The next national anthem will be from Team Oman. And now for the UAE national anthem. Now you're playing the same anthem? And now for the UAE national anthem. That was the UAE national anthem right there. Now let's take a look here at the team lineup as we take a look at who will be sailing on Team Kazakhstan's boat. Let's start off with the bow over on the right-hand side of your screen, number 4. That will be Darhan. Mid-bow, we have Milana. At the pit, Vladimir. The trimmer will be Danat. Second trimmer is number 11, Ruslan. Our grinder is the number 1, Yana. On the mainsail trimmer is number 12, Vladimir. Number 10 at the helm is Murat. Tactician is number 9, Evgeny. That is your lineup for the Kazakhstan boat. Now let's take a look at the next lineup is Team Oman. Team Oman starting from the bow on the right-hand side. Number 1 is Yasir. At the mid-bow, number 2, we have Ali. At the pit, we have number 3, Abdu. The trimmer and captain of the team, number 10, is Nasser. And offside trimmer, number 5, Ibtisan, who we just saw earlier in the interview. Our grinder is number 4, Rad. Mainsail trimmer, number 7, Akram. At the helm, number 8, Hussein. And the tactician is number 1, Haitam. So that is your lineup for Team Oman. Moving right along to UAE, the United Arab Emirates lineup, starting from the bow, number 1, Seifa Noimi, and mid-bow, number 2, Al-Taha, and 3 at the pit, we have Ali. Our number 1 trimmer is Otman. Offside trimmer, Mohammed Harib. Grinder is number 4, Al-Bastaki. Number 7 at the main sail trimmer's position is Al-Jazi. Helm and captain of the team, number 10, is Adil Khalid. And the tactician is Jamai, Eagle-Eye Jamai. In the back, he'll be doing the tactics here for the United Arab Emirates boat. That's their lineup. So, guys, make sure you follow us, as you can see right there, on Facebook, of course, YouTube, and Instagram. Of course, you can also go onto worldofsailors.com and have all of the possible information that you want about how this is, how the sailing is going on, what the rules are. You can go onto the official notice board as well and get all sorts of information. So make sure that if you do go on the internet, you check that out. The next clip that we'd like to show you is something that we did yesterday. Really interesting. We had an ocean, we had a beach cleanup, and we'll show you a little bit about sustainability, beach cleanup, and what we're doing here at the SSL to help preserve the planet.
I invite the local school with a lot of SSL sailors from many different countries here who care for the ocean and planet.
Some photos shows really some bad image. We are leaving our trash and plastic on the land, so they definitely going to the sea, and we losing fish and we losing lots of things on the ocean.
And I think a lot of people have no idea that their own action is affect the ecosystem and the whole world. So we need to come and clean up together and clean up the beach. Today I'm really excited. We want to take care of the ocean. So let's do that together. You know, use what you have. And the problem I've seen is the single-use plastic bag, single-use bottle, straw. There's so many. Do we really need? No. Because if we don't think, it's going to come back and hurt all of us. Stop using plastic bag. That's the number 1.
We can work together and then clean up around here.
With these kids, and we also the Korean team, the other countries' team. So it's very good experience.
We're gonna separate the trash and put the cigarette butts and the metal in different places and plastic cap in different places. And we will put on the scale, bring what we can recycle to the factory, which is nearby. We produce something, reuse it.
Today has been a great opportunity for the event, for the SSL, for all the people here to meet some people from Thailand, local, and to go and do this beautiful plan. So it's a great opportunity for all of us.
The kids did their great job this morning, remove a lot of trash like they didn't want to stop. And so they deserve to have a look at this beautiful boat after hard working. I'm really happy to see so many people come together and help support us clean up the beach and manage to inspire everyone to do the good thing, to take care of the planet together.
So that's what happened here these last couple of days, as you saw all of us going around and picking up some trash, Alex, right there with all the kids. They were just so happy to then be able to go onto the boats, and they really did a good job at picking up all that trash. Just amazing how much trash was picked up in about between 20 and 30 minutes.
Absolutely.
140 kilos of plastic and tiny little microplastics.
Microplastic, and that's a huge issue as well. The stuff that you don't really focus on, but if you actually take the time to look at the beaches and see how much rubbish there is, there's no shortage of it. So, the effort to clean it up is huge. And, Kun Amara is a really great windsurfer, and she's also been around for a long time in these local areas, and she's seen the devastation that happens from having all this rubbish washing up on our beaches and the ocean. So really glad that we have people working very hard to try and build up the encouragement to clean up what we left.
Yeah, and something, on a personal note, being here now for several weeks, I've noticed that actually inland, the city is quite clean. The streets are clean. Thailand is a clean place. However, it's just unbelievable how much stuff is in the water. And we've been sailing and we see all this plastic in the water. And I was really surprised at the difference between water and land.
Exactly. What we need to realize is that although it's clean on land, rain comes and it washes it all to the same place. It's right into our oceans, and that's where, unfortunately, most of the buildup of rubbish ends up going. So it's
unfortunate.
Important thing to focus on.
We saw a lot of it, yeah. And anyway, it's very good that this is happening. And so now the question is, well, great, we've picked up all the trash. What are we going to do with it? Well, we'll show you what we're going to do with it. Here's a little clip.
I've spent 47 years competing and training in the Thai Sea, and I noticed that the last 30 years, there were so much ocean trash. So what we're gonna do with the ocean trash? Can anyone help me with the idea? Me and many friends, we trying very hard to solve this problem. That's why we create this place. It's called Community Enterprise of Ban Ampere. We collect ocean trash and recycle into, for example, this flower pot and many other things. So please help us solve the problem. Reduce, reuse, and recycle with us.
And that's local initiative right there from the guys that picked up all the trash and helped to organize this day. So great to see that they're doing something with it and trying to promote to have a little bit more cleanup and have cleaner oceans.
Absolutely, and especially for bringing awareness to the younger generation as well, who unfortunately is going to be the ones who have to work even harder to clean up what's left behind, because it affects us more than most others. We're going to be the ones living with it, so we have to take action to get rid of it as well.
Yeah,
So
actions have been taken in the last couple of years, and that needs to keep on happening. And we're very
Keep the
happy
momentum
to be
going.
able to promote that. That was an action that happened with some of the local kids. And now we're going to show you a little clip about also kids sailing here in the region.
It's a perfect opportunity to let the kids and the young sailors here in Thailand really experience this, because if you see it, you can believe it. So that's what I thought we could do here. So can you imagine this? They sail on a dinghy, and that's all the sailing experience is on a dinghy. And when they're sailing on a big boat like an SSL 47 with the Thai team that won the gold medal, you could see the smiles, and it's something just you cannot. It's such a valuable and precious experience for them. You show the pathway very early on in a young sailor's experience, and then suddenly in their heads they say, "Oh, I want something bigger. I want something faster. I want more challenge." And you start at a very young age, so they have a roadmap. So this is perfect. These boats are safe, they're fast, they're impressive, and for a young kid who just sails a dinghy, my goodness, So putting on them was the right decision, and you could see all the smiles this morning.
So great initiative right there to be able to show the kids how to sail on those boats. So those were two different things that we saw right there. One were the kids that did the ocean cleanup, and then this was, I believe it was the local sailing school that went out sailing with your team, right?
yes, that was the Thai team there, taking out some of the local schools out sailing, introducing them to how sailing is like, especially great opportunity to get out on a keel boat, which is less available for anyone to go sailing on. So that's really nice to see, and I'm sure they enjoyed it. It looked like they were really happy out there. So
yeah, it's really important to be able to show these kids that what sailing can bring them to, and then the fact that we're not just showing them a picture of the boat; they're actually seeing the boat, and they're seeing their perhaps idols from Team Thailand being able to go and to sail on these boats. Obviously, having Her Majesty the Queen is something unbelievable, an opportunity for Team Thailand and to develop racing in Thailand.
yeah, and it's so great to have her, just because she helps to push the momentum for sailing in Thailand. So really, it was such an honor to be able to have her on the boat with our team.
Yeah, absolutely. So, lots of things have been happening. We've been doing ocean cleanups. We've been taking kids out sailing, and we've had a whole bunch of action on the water yesterday. And one of the things that happened yesterday is we had a man overboard.
We did have a man overboard on Team South Korea, I believe. I was talking to Sung-uk and Jimin yesterday as well, asking them about what happened. And, to be honest, they weren't too sure what really happened. They were joking around saying they think she just jumped over. But no, they weren't. They were just joking around. But I also heard that, when they had the issues with the spinnaker, it turns out it was just a soft shackle for their sheet that came undone, which was unfortunate for them. And hopefully a problem that won't occur again for them.
Yeah, things like that can happen. But going back to the person falling overboard here, you see race number 2, we have South Korea with 0 points. So actually, perhaps they were laughing about it. But one person who was definitely not laughing about it, that was the jury. They were very angry. Very angry because the rules specifically say, and there's several of them, there's at least 3 of them, that say, first of all, you need to finish the race with as many people you started with as will go across the finishing line. And obviously having somebody fall into the water just before the crossing of the finish line, that was one rule they breached. Another one is for safety. So a basic safety rule, you need to go back and get the person that's fallen into the water. And so what happened is this person fell into the water just before they crossed the finishing line. And so obviously it's really difficult because you've got to take down your spinnaker. And
Absolutely.
Yesterday at this point, there was a lot of wind.
And it's not easy to take your spinnaker down straight away. It takes time. It takes a little bit of preparation as well before you can actually take your spinnaker down and get it safely there. So
they were awarded
event.
0 points because they didn't go back and get their crew member that fell off into the water. However, don't worry, no problems with the crew member. They were picked up by a jury motorboat
and they are
that
safe.
was just following behind. They're fine, they're okay, they're safe. There's been no harm, no damage, nothing. But the rules say you must finish with the same amount of people on your boat as you started the race. They didn't, and so that the breach of that rule means that they are, if you want, disqualified. And so therefore they have 0 points. If you finish last, you have 1 point. If you finish first, you have 4 points. But if you're disqualified, you have 0 points. And on top of it, the zero here, they're going to have to keep all the way until the end. So really tough right now for Team South Korea here. For them, as it puts them tied up with Vietnam for third place.
Absolutely, but they've got one more day today, and then tomorrow is also double points. So you know, they're still in contention, and there's still a chance for them to redeem themselves despite the incident yesterday.
Yeah, so Alex, let's take a look here at the daily schedule. Again, this is what we're planning on doing right now as we're waiting for some information from the water on what's going on. We do have a small delay right now. I don't exactly know why. I'm guessing that we're having the wind shifting left, as we generally see at this point right now in time. So we'll just have to be a little bit patient. It'll shift to the left. That 300, 320 degree is what we're waiting for. That's the angle of the race course. So the group today, this is the scheduled program for today. So we'll have 2 races. You'll see we'll have race number 3 and race number 4 for Group B. That's coming up right now, and then we'll have race number 3 and race number 4 a little bit further during the day. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening in this 4-boat race in this afternoon, as yesterday it was inverted, and it was Group B that had a bunch of wind in the afternoon and Group A that had lighter conditions in the morning. So we'll see if that changes today.
Certainly, and it'll be interesting to see if Group A also encounters similar problems that Group B did yesterday, if the wind does pick up, because it's not going to be easy to control the kites if it is similar to yesterday.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna. We'll see what happens with those kites. Interesting day yesterday, as it was getting up to 20 knots, and we saw all sorts of mayhem in trying to control the kites. And, well, some teams did a better job than others.
Of course, and that's the name of the game, is to just do less mistakes, if anything, than your opponents, and that's going to keep them in the lead. It's going to give them opportunities to take back places that they may have lost on the upwind. It's an essential part of sailing, and that's what it's all about. So we'll just have to wait and see. And now that they've sort of brushed off some of the rust from yesterday, they've managed to get the feel of the boat a little bit, get used to it. It'll be really interesting to see how they perform today, and hopefully we see some even more action, more excitement in the racing, and even closer mark roundings with all the teams together.
So we are looking at the SSL Gold Cup Asian Qualifiers, the road to Rio, as we've just explained. But however, just a couple of days ago, we were doing another regatta just right here in the district of Chonburi here in Thailand, and that was the SEA Games.
The 33rd SEA Games.
Yes, the Southeast Asian Games, the Olympic Games, shall we say, of Southeast Asia.
I think, yeah, it almost feels that way, you know. Definitely in Southeast Asia, it's one of the biggest events going around because it's a little bit more local. I think it's more in reach, and the viewers can have more access to watching all the sports. So it's huge around here, and it was a great event overall.
It was a great event, and guess what? We've got a couple images from that event, and we're going to show you that right now. So enjoy these images from just a couple days ago, the SEA Games.
to the 33rd edition of the SEA Games, hosted in the stunning coastal city of Pattaya in Thailand. Held at the Ocean Marina Hom Thien, the new event made history, bringing the SSL 47 keelboat class boats together in a nation-on-nation competition. 5 countries, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, Myanmar, and Vietnam, brought their best sailors to compete in this prestigious event. Over 4 intense days of racing with fantastic conditions, Pattaya's waters proved to be the perfect stage. It is the first time in history that athletes can compete in multiple classes with the chance to medal in both individual and mixed disciplines. The event highlighted an unprecedented moment in the history of the SEA Games. Her Majesty, the Queen of Thailand, took the helm of the Thai boat, paving the way to inspire the next generation of sailors. The first day of racing opened in near-perfect conditions, with light breeze and flat water. The first start saw the Philippines launch well from the leeward end, but Thailand quickly took control on the opening upwind, rounding the windward mark first and extending their lead downwind, going on to take a commanding first race win. The second race began in stronger breeze with another tight start. The fleet stayed closely packed, but Thailand gained the upper hand upwind and held off Malaysia in a fast, physical race to claim a second victory. The final race of the day brought winds of up to 18 knots. Late mistakes by Thailand and Malaysia opened the door for Myanmar, who nailed the final drop and won in a thrilling finish by meters.
We've been lucky enough to have Her Majesty on board with us, and she's done a really good job of bringing the whole team together and making sure that we as a group are all composed and doing the jobs that we need to do.
Day 2 opened with an aggressive start as Thailand and Malaysia timed the line well, while the Philippines were forced to bail out early. Shifting pressures split the fleet upwind, and after a brief challenge from the Philippines, Thailand regained control and sailed away for another win. The second start was clean and competitive, with the Philippines leading early before Thailand's speed carried them to the front. Malaysia and Myanmar stayed close, but Thailand extended in the stronger breeze to secure yet another convincing victory.
Our team did very good job today. We won all the 2 races, and how to manage, we make it simple. Yeah, what we practice, we try to be simple, and we did very good job.
On day 3, the fleet lined up tightly at the windward end. Malaysia led early, with Thailand and the Philippines close behind. After a tense, closely matched race, Malaysia edged ahead on the final leg to take their first win of the regatta. Race 2 brought classic Pattaya conditions. Thailand took control early and powered to another clear win, while Myanmar edged the Philippines in a tight fight for second.
I haven't looked, but I think we've got a race to spare. So, yeah, we're in a comfortable place. That's quite nice.
The final day began with a fiercely contested start. Malaysia launched well, but Thailand matched and covered immediately. The fleet stayed tightly grouped through the opening legs as pressure built. At the leeward gate, Thailand kept their rhythm, followed by the fleet with Myanmar and the Philippines battling for a spot on the podium. But in the end, it was Thailand crossing the finish line first and closing out a dominant overall victory, followed by Malaysia taking the silver and Myanmar taking a hard-fought bronze.
It's very honors to be with a team that we know each other for so long time. We are like a family, and we very honors to have Her Majesty on board. And this is like a history of sport and sailing.
We are fighting for the goal with Thai all the week. We give them a good battle. I'm sure that the team need to be proud of themselves, head high. We will come back again next time we'll be in Malaysia. We will bring in this event to Malaysia, and we try to do our best there and try to get the gold there.
Thailand are the winners of the gold medal for the 33rd SEA Games in the SSL 47 keelboat class. The silver goes to Malaysia, and Myanmar wins the bronze medal. The prize-giving ceremony was held in the presence of His Majesty the King of Thailand. In a graceful and emotional ceremony, the King himself awarded the medals, marking the culmination of a special event in SEA Games history. Following the success of this edition, attention now turns to the next SEA Games sailing competition, which will take place in Malaysia in 2027. See you there!
So, Alex, we saw you in some of those images as you are part of Team Thailand, and you won the SEA Games. Congratulations!
Thank you very much. It's such a great feeling, and you know, it's been an incredible event. The action and the support from everyone, and you know, being able to race against such good teams and putting up such a good challenge, and you know, it was such an incredible honor to have Her Majesty the Queen on board with us, really keeping us in check and. Leading our team to victory over the past 4 days of the SEA Games. So wonderful, and so happy to have been a part of this great team.
Yeah, it was really great racing, as we saw from all teams that participated in that, and we had 5 boats sailing against one another. So that was really impressive to see everybody, so many boats on the line. What a wonderful race! What a wonderful opportunity this was for Thailand, for SEA Games, for the region, for sailing itself here in Thailand, having Her Majesty the Queen sail with you, represent sailing. So the best of luck to the sailing program here in Thailand, and I hope really this is a booster for the sailing, for the youth, and hopefully it'll work out really good for you guys.
I hope so too, Jan. Thanks very much.
No problem. Let's take a look here at the day schedule. The day schedule, you have it right there in front of you as I am getting news off of the water, as though the wind has now turned left. The breeze is starting to fill in, and race committee is about to put the orange flag up, which is very good. This means that racing will get underway. So we are really not far away from getting some images off of the water. As we said, Group B is the first group to race today, as they'll be racing race number 3 and 4. Yesterday they raced, obviously, race number 1 and 2. Group B sailed yesterday at the end of the day in stronger breeze. Today it's inverted. They'll be sailing in this lighter breeze, a little bit lighter breeze. We don't know how much lighter, but it's a little bit lighter than yesterday. And then Group B will be sailing in the afternoon. Now let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Provisional overall for this group, as Oman sailed super well yesterday, putting in 2 first place finishes, and then now UAE and Kazakhstan exchanging places between 2nd and 3rd place, and they're all tied up with 3 points. So that is the situation, the current situation right now. And here are some shots from on the water. So we're looking at our race committee boat right there. We have a couple flags in the front. The orange one being the starting line itself, and the one just behind that, the red and white striped flag that just was taken down right there, just means that we had a delay. And so right now they just took it down. So no more delays, as we will be waiting for another flag, the black flag, to go up there with a star in it. And that is the flag that will give us our 5 minutes, Alex.
And it's looking good right now. We see the bearing is once again 320, which is very similar to yesterday. And if that's anything to go by, we could be expecting some good wind, pretty stable conditions, perhaps stable. But we heard from Team Myanmar as well that it was a little bit patchy out on the race course. So you know, they'll be trying to hone in on the phase of the wind and try to, you know, focus on seeing where the wind is stronger, where there's going to be more lifts and headers to get them closer to the mark. And wind speed is 10 to 11 knots once again, with another sunny day, 31 degrees Celsius out on the race course, quite hot. And just now we've seen the 5-minute flag go up. That is the black flag with the star. So we're into racing now with 4 minutes and 47 seconds to go.
Very nice. As you see right there, that is the starting line right there between the 2 orange flags. And as you see on the left-hand side of your screen right now, we have all of our race officials. And so at the top right there is Paul Hutton, and he is our regatta director. And then below that we have our race officers. We do have a technical committee, so those are the guys that are taking care of the boats. We have Simon Beauvais, which is our on land. he's a specialist with carbon fiber. And then we have Oscar, which is on the water, and he's leading all the teams that are out here and helping all the boats. He's the leader of that team. And then, of course, we have the jury, which are so important out there, and also picking up sailors that fall into the water. And then beneath that, we also have some more attendees, of course, which we're very happy they're here. Without them, it makes it's just not possible to have a regatta like this.
Absolutely, and to have one designed boats and to keep these boats functioning, you know, we need a big team to manage them and keep them in top performance. So really glad to have them with us here, keeping the boats running and keeping the teams out on the water sailing in some beautiful conditions. You can see from this drone shot now just how nice it is out on this venue here. There's whitecaps starting to fill in over the entire course. We see the boats are now shuffling around, trying to get into position on the start line.
And Alex, let's take a look and explain to the public here the race animation. As we see boats taking off a good start, and then going all the way up to the top to that weather mark. Then they go back down through the gates. This is we've seen a whole bunch of action going down through the gates, back up to the windward mark, and back down to the start-finish line. So essentially, two laps around. One time they're going through the gates.
Yeah, and of course, every time that these boats are going to the windward mark or through the gate, that's when all the boats will come back together, and that's where we expect to see a lot of action, as we did yesterday, and that's where all the maneuvers really are coming into play, where the whole team is inside the boat in full action and trying to make sure that they make the best maneuver with the least mistakes, so that they could take the lead on the boats ahead of them.
So yeah, crucial moment right there as the teams have to go around the buoys, making sure that they are fast, efficient, and especially don't have any issues with that big front sail, the spinnaker, the asymmetrical spinnaker, also known as the kite.
And we saw some great onboard footage right now. Lovely to have some sound so you could really hear and feel the energy that's going on the boats. You know, you could see what's going on and you can hear the wind speed, how fast it actually sounds on the boat, and how busy it really is when they're out here racing one another. Yes, you could. Here's UAE coming nice and close to Oman just now as they're lining up. It's only a minute and 15 seconds to the start.
Looks as though they slowed down right here on purpose, obviously on purpose, but slowing themselves down as they're getting closer and closer to the line, and also trying to see what their opponents are doing. Remember, yesterday in this group, Oman has won both the races, so right now it's super important for the UAE or Kazakhstan to be able to put Oman in the back.
Certainly, the competition right now for today is definitely between Kazakhstan and the UAE. They're going to be battling it out to try and break away from this tie at the moment. Today is going to be really important to sort of put them into a good position coming in. We're 30 seconds in. Look how close these three boats are getting.
A block right there from the UAE.
And Kazakhstan is now coming from below the UAE right now to try and maybe hook them and push them up out of the start line if possible. And then we've got Oman at the very top coming in from the start.
Oman trying to bear away right there. Trying to get a little bit of speed on that Omani boat. 10 seconds left to go. So they're not going to cross early. That's fine, but we do need to have a lot of speed. So two options right now for the UAE. They could block Oman, but then they know Kazakhstan is going to have more speed. So it looks like as though everybody has decided to choose their lane, and they're off right now as they go across the line.
Really
just
good
a
start
little
for the
bit
UAE.
late, but
really good start. They're clear in the right above them to the windward side. They had the most forward start compared to the other two boats, which is good for them. They managed to make Oman have to tack away
right now. Yeah.
Just now at the start line, which is a strong advantage for the UAE right now as they're now settling into the boat, focusing on getting the boat as fast as they can, and now getting their heads in the game of what the plan out on the race course is. It looks
Yeah, remember yesterday UAE did get a really good start, and then all of a sudden they had some sort of hiccup in the middle of their windward beat.
They had head to wind. They had some issues with their jib, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
I never did manage to
that made them lose
find out.
quite a few places and let Kazakhstan take the lead during that race. Right now we can see Kazakhstan, they're hiking hard. They're hopefully feeling fresh for another day of racing.
Yeah, hopefully today is our conditions that are a bit better for this team. Yesterday we were really at the top end of the spectrum with the super strong winds, and it was tough for all teams. As a matter of fact, right now we've got a little bit less wind, so we should be seeing these teams having a little bit easier of a time. Remember, these boats right now we are sailing, they are still overpowered. Even though we have half as much wind as we had yesterday, we're still overpowered, and that's why we're seeing everybody hiking so hard right now. 6 to 8 knots of wind for these boats, have them fully powered up, and this is why everybody right now is over the side.
But Kazakhstan just had a really good beginning of their race just now. They didn't start off the start line as quickly as the UAE did, but we could see that their boat speed at the moment is spectacular as they managed to pull away from the other two boats, just going in a straight line, which is a really good sign for them. And that's definitely going to put them in a strong position if they can keep this up and keep the momentum of their boat going. This is going to keep
interesting
them clear
here.
from the other
Look,
boats.
we've got Oman on the other side now, which have tacked back. If you look at the screen on top left-hand side of your corner, you see that Oman right now is in 3rd place. Remember, Oman, they've done 2 tacks. The UAE has done 1 tack, and Kazakhstan has done no tacks. So this does represent we know you lose a little bit of distance every time you tack.
Definitely.
And so this is the explanation right now for why we're seeing what we're seeing. However, good job on Team Kazakhstan right now, taking the lead and keeping their speed up here as we're looking at Team Kazakhstan right now. Great to see that they've got their groove on.
We could see right now the tactician and or navigator at the back of the boat. He's looking around. He's looking over his shoulder, trying to gauge what the other boats are doing and the positioning of them. Because of course it's really fast if you can go in a straight line and avoid tacking too often, which of course is slow. However, they've got to keep themselves covering and defending the other boats. They can't just break away, and they've got to stay within the margins of the race course now. So they're looking over for the next opportunity that they can tack and get back into the game. And we see right now the UAE is coming very close to Oman as they're approaching on the port side. That means that they're going to have to be focused on whether they're clear to go past them or they're going to have to duck away. It looks like they weren't clear, and they're
from the
tacking to be
UAE.
clear. So this is going to be an important moment for the UAE. They tacked underneath the boat of Oman, and they're going to have to keep their speed up. Otherwise, Oman is going to have a really good advantage as they pull forwards, and their sails is going to put some dirty air onto the boat of UAE.
Well, right now I think the UAE tried to attack just underneath Oman, but they tacked a little bit late, and it looks like Oman has managed to roll over the UAE. So unfortunately right there, not such a good move by the UAE as they tacked a little bit too late, and now the wind has been stolen from Oman. So Oman right now just managing to get out in front of the UAE. So good speed right there on the Omani boat, as it's still, currently right now these two boats have put in 2 tacks each, and so therefore we'll see that UAE did get a better start than Oman, but Oman right now has got some better speeds, and they're out in front. So next 3 boats that will be coming together right now is Kazakhstan at the bottom of your screen, as we see them come together, 38 meters. So that's a bit of, perhaps they're passing in front.
Yeah, well, they've definitely got the least tack so far, which is good for them. Oman, they do look like they've got really good boat speed at the moment because they've put in quite a few more tacks than the other boats, especially Kazakhstan. But they're still managing to get closer and closer once again. We could see the meters away between Oman and Kazakhstan is slowly getting smaller and smaller, which is a really good sign for them.
30 meters, that's 90 feet. That's 2 boat lengths. They should be able to cross in front here, Kazakhstan. Will they cross in front or will they attack? It looks like people are going in and they're going to put in attack. So right there, they're... That's good because they've tacked a little bit earlier, and so even though Oman has got a lot of speed, whoa, they got to be careful right there, right now. Kazakhstan heading up into the wind, losing too much speed, and Oman right there rolling over Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan trying to be a little bit greedy and try to push Oman above, but Oman kept their speed, and that's too bad. Kazakhstan right there had an opportunity to cover Oman, but didn't manage to. Right. And Oman did a great job rolling them over.
They did try to tack a little bit earlier, just to be clear, but they didn't quite execute the exit of their attack just as well, which gave Oman just enough time to accelerate their boat and roll over the top. So that's going to put Oman in an even better position right now, and that was really well executed by Oman to hold their ground and take control of their opponents.
Perfect positioning for Oman right now. Just sailing in a powerful position right now, just above Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, I don't think have room to tack, so Oman can keep Kazakhstan going for as long as they want. What they're going to be looking now, Oman, you see as a tactician is looking back to find out what is going on with the UAE boat, because right now for Oman, Kazakhstan is under control. The next boat to go and catch is UAE. So here we go. Let's listen in as attack is now coming in from Team Oman as they're going to go to the other side.
So it's they're either going to attack or they're going to try to hold their position because they know right now that they have control over Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan, they're going to have to decide if they're going to stay in this position where they might be a little bit slower as they're getting covered by Team Oman. So they might be looking for the next opportunity to attack and duck behind just by the
So it looks like Oman has decided to stay right there. As I saw everybody coming back in. Generally, we see them coming back in because they're going to attack. Looks as though they are deciding finally to put in attack right there. Yeah.
Oh, and Oman also following suit. They saw them getting ready. They saw Kazakhstan was getting into position for the attack and decided to go first just to try and keep the lead. And here's Kazakhstan. We have the grinders working hard to pull the main sail in.
We have Yana right there, the only female grinder that we have out here today. With all these teams, with all these 7 teams, she's the only grinder that we have, female grinder that we have. So congratulations to her, because I know it's really a tough position.
It's a tough job, but she looks like she's really strong, and she definitely has the power to manage this position. So it's fantastic to see a bit more of a mix going on in these teams as well. And now we're with the UAE trying to get themselves back into the game as they're on the port tack going to the right-hand side of the race course at the moment. You can hear the sound of the wind. That's the sound of the wind right now that's going by the mic from the onboard cam of the UAE boat. This is just giving you a feeling of how much energy and action is going on the boat. Here,
you just saw the grinder right there. Just step on a couple buttons on the bottom. So that's basically right now he's putting in gear and taking out of gear these 2 winches that you're seeing on the side. So what he did is he put the winch on the right-hand side of your screen, the port winch. He hooked it up so that when they're turning right there, as you can see, they can sheet in. And that's a mechanical advantage to be able to tighten the front sail.
Absolutely, because the trimmers here, their job is to manage the sails and make sure that they're adjusted correctly. However, they won't be able to pull that in by hand. There's just too much pressure on these sails for them to pull it by hand. So you need to have the grinders engaging with the winches to help trim these sails in.
Yeah, we're talking about tons of pressure that are on these sheets.
There's a lot of forces going on those boats, and it takes a good team to manage these safely and also effectively. So
yeah, and making sure we're not getting fingers stuck in between.
Certainly
in the wrong places, because that would be the end of a finger right there if you get that stuck within the winches. As here we are on board, it's great. We've got the sound right here. There is a little bit of discussion, and generally we try not to talk when we're racing.
I think most people on the boat, if it's not their time to talk, they just need to be silent, be focused, to try and keep it calm on the boat. The only people really talking on the boats during any leg of the race is going to be towards the back of the boat usually. It might be between the trimmer or the tactician, as we heard earlier, as they're just discussing what they want to do, where people are, and they're maybe just planning ahead, informing their crew of what the next step is so that they can be prepared for the next maneuver.
Yeah, we only talk about what is actually happening. We try to avoid talking about what has just happened, especially if we've made a mistake or something, or if we've had something gone wrong on the boat. Always trying to be positive, talk about what's going on the moment right there and what you're about to do. So
absolutely, in sailing, and like a lot of other sports, what matters is the moment and what's going to happen next. What's already happened has passed. There's nothing you can do about it.
Here comes Kazakhstan right now. Perhaps Kazakhstan, yep, tacking right there on the lane line.
Really nice. They found a small gap. They took it, and that's putting them into second. It looks like
there was a whistle. Did you hear that whistle?
Yes, there was a whistle coming from the jury, I believe. I'm not sure if there was a...
what happened right there?
A protest, perhaps, going on. Oh, very close to the upwind mark there by Oman just now.
Was that... No, was that not the whistle? Oh, this is going to be really tough right here. Look, as Kazakhstan perhaps... Yeah, they're having an attack.
Oman
they're a poor attack.
They hit the mark.
Oh, dear. So, yeah, so that was a penalty right there for Team Oman, and a double penalty for Kazakhstan right here. So we've got Oman doing a 360 right above them. Kazakhstan right now need to get away, because that was a port starboard situation where Kazakhstan right there tacked onto port right in front of the UAE boat. So now Kazakhstan having to do a 360, but they can't do their 360 without bothering the other boats. So this is great news. UAE going from third place to first place right now, as we see Kazakhstan breaking away and trying to put in that first tack. They got it.
Yeah, they have to keep clear before doing their penalty. If they do their penalty
there we go.
So
of
others,
first tack of their penalty. Now they need to put in a jibe. Crucial right now that they put in that jibe. They really need to let go of that mainsail and turn that boat around, because now they got to get to this other. Wow! So the whole field has been
their jib right now during that jibe. The top of their jib, you can see, is twisted. They didn't keep control of the back of their jib. That's not going to be good.
And spinnakers are going up.
The jib down.
Spinnakers are going up here on the first two boats, and it looks like our front boat UAE having issues right now putting up their spinnakers. So they went from third to first.
And now Oman is coming over the top of the UAE. They got their kite out early. They got it really nice and clean, and now they're going to roll over the top of the UAE, who is still struggling to get their spinnaker
Yeah,
up.
It looks like it's stuck on the clew of the jib right there. So they're trying to right now. UAE is UAE right now is putting up both boats right now are protesting to one another for several different reasons right now.
But windward-leeward situation just now as Oman went over the top. It would have been UAE luffing them up and them being maybe unable to keep clear because they had the kite up, and if you're going too high, it's really hard to control the boat. But now we've got Kazakhstan.
Let's look at
they've hoisted.
Oh, good job, Kazakhstan in the back there for being able to hoist. Lot better job today, having no issues right there on the Kazakhstani boat. I would like to know if we got a green flag or a red flag. It probably is a green flag, as I don't see anybody doing any sort of maneuvers. So perhaps that protest coming from the UAE was invalid.
And Kazakhstan having a problem with their kite just now. Their kite dropped in the water, their halyard.
No.
It seems like their halyard was not properly secured, and that caused the halyard to fall out. This is disastrous. You can see the kite is just...
Oh, no, and now it's going into the rudder. It's going into the rudder.
Major for
if
them.
it goes into the rudder, perhaps... Oh no, dear, oh dear,
This
oh
is
dear.
a disaster for
They
Team
could
Kazakhstan at the moment.
cut that
They need to
spinnaker.
make sure, yeah, they need to try and save that spinnaker. And if it's around the rudder, it could be a
It was
huge
going
tangle.
so well.
It was really going very well for them. This is not what they wanted
It
at
was
all.
going so well. You see
You
that
can
blue
it's going
boat right there.
under
If
their
that
boat.
blue boat comes and assists as well as that orange boat right there, that's Oscar on the orange boat right there. They're going to have to. They're going to help the other boat, obviously, but they'll get disqualified. Kazakhstan. They are not allowed to have any exterior help. However, the shore crew is definitely not going to let them destroy the spinnaker. So
Oman is using this
We'll
as
see
an
what happens.
opportunity to break away from the rest of the fleet.
Oh,
with
good job
Kazakhstan
right there.
now out of their mind. You know, they're only focusing on the UAE, who is still racing quite close behind them.
Oman right there is on a port tack, just managed to jibe in front of the UAE team, which had the right of way. So that was a bold move that we just saw right there from the Omani team on the right-hand side of your screen, able to jibe and pass in front of the UAE. And as we look at Kazakhstan up at the top right-hand side of your corner right there, it looks like they're definitely being assisted by the other boats. So perhaps they will be disqualified from this race, but we need to have
We need confirmation from that. We can only see, you know, from the drone footage a little bit. We know the umpires might be around them, just making sure that everything's okay. But until we have clarification from that, we really can't make any judgment calls about that. But,
yeah, let's, you know what, Alex? Let's take a look at a replay here because there's just been so much action at that windward mark. Let's look at what happened here again. So we've got Kazakhstan right here. They, I have the impression that all the others are already a little bit underneath the lane line as we see Kazakhstan getting right into the groove and not going, taking a little bit of safety. As you see right there, they don't have any wind, and so they're having a really hard time getting above that.
So this is where the incident for Kazakhstan happened, as they tried to come.
Can we pause it?
Close to the mark. You see, but they put in attack there, and that's exactly the moment when the UAE would have protested Kazakhstan because they couldn't make it around the mark. So that is the incident that happened. There was a port and starboard incident, which caused Kazakhstan to have to do a penalty turn there, whereas for Oman, they touched the mark. So different rules, but both boats had to take a penalty in the end on a very critical
and there's Kazakhstan luffing right now, so they're going up and doing their penalty. A penalty turn is a 360. That means one tack and one jibe. So Oman just did their penalty for touching the windward buoy right now. Kazakhstan doing their second one. So UAE right here was in a perfect position with the lead, as we see the UAE right there on the right-hand side of your screen getting to the offset mark. Right now, the only thing they have to do is just put up that spinnaker, and we see here they have a hard time putting up the spinnaker. Look at Oman in the back. They're already hoisting the spinnaker as they're going around the buoy. So a good hoist right there from Team Oman. As look in the front, UAE still don't have their spinnaker up.
It looks like they had an issue getting their halyard. You know, you could see that they were pulling the tack towards the front, but the mid bow there is trying to get the tack freed of something so that they can begin hoisting the halyard, and that is where Oman took the lead because they managed to have everything
You see
well
right
prepared.
there, yeah, and right there they're trying to luff. They're trying to avoid Oman, so they're putting in a luff so that Oman doesn't.
You see the red flag that the helm
come
is
above
holding
them?
there was protesting, trying to give Oman a penalty while they were luffing up. However, it seems that that was clear and there was no penalty set on Oman, as there may have been just enough distance to still keep clear.
Yeah, the rule says that you have to allow for enough time for your competitor to be able to respond and reply to your luff, and that's what they did. Oman did reply, but UAE can just not go up. They can go up aggressively, but they need to give time.
Exactly. One of the rules as well is they have to avoid contact. So they can try to luff up, but they can't do it too aggressively and damage the other boat.
And that's why they put up that red flag, trying to give a penalty to the UAE as they, to Oman, as they saw them rolling over the top of them.
And it's so good to see right now that all the teams are really taking advantage of the rules. You know, it is part of the rules. It's part of the sport to use the rules to your advantage when you can, to give the other teams penalties. And, you know, the other teams just have to be aware of this and try to keep clear. So really a lot of action happening from the first race here of the day. And really good to see it coming from these three teams here, who are a little bit less, they have a little bit less practice than some of the other teams. So it's great to see that they're really fully focused on what's going on and into the racing now.
So a lot of action happening here on this first downwind as the teams are now arriving at the gates. And this is another opportunity for all sorts of action to go on here, as you're seeing on our 3D image, as both boats, now the Omani boat putting in a jibe and is now going down towards those 2 yellow circles. Both of those yellow circles are the buoys. And so right now, a really important moment as they need to take down that kite and make sure it doesn't go into the water. Have a really nice takedown here as we're seeing Team Oman arriving now. They've already put up their jib. We'll
like
see the
nice
yellow
early.
markers on the right-hand side over here as they're coming into play. So no issues here as there's enough separation between the two teams that we shouldn't see any problems of port and starboard, as Oman is clearly passing in front and also have the right of way. Should be seeing last 2 maneuvers here for Team Oman. So looks like, yeah, they're taking down their spinnaker pretty quickly. It's just a little bit on top of the water as long as the tack doesn't go in, and it looks like it's okay. It wasn't a perfect drop by any
very
means,
well
but
handled by the bowman and the mid-bow just now to secure the kite. It's a very difficult boat to get the kite in, so it's
here they go as they go around here, Oman.
Safe, and they've done that very well. Now it's the UAE coming in next. They're going for the drop. It looks like they're
just doing a big bear
way. A
way.
bit indecisive about which way they want to turn the boat at the moment, and not sure. It looks a little bit dangerous with the kite at the moment. It doesn't look like it's quite going into the hatch right now. You can see they're going well past the leeward gate at the moment.
And the spinnaker now, they haven't pulled it down, so now the spinnaker is halfway up the jib right there.
Halfway up, and they've already started heading up into the wind, which is going to put more pressure into the kite and make it very difficult to control all that sail area.
Oh no, and now it's blown off because obviously the wind has gotten into it. So what we saw right there is UAE just a little bit late on doing that maneuver, even though they took them a little bit of time. Had they dropped it a little bit earlier, they would have been able to.
They might have had more time on the downwind leg where there's still a little bit less pressure coming from the front of the boat to secure their kite, and it would have been a critical moment for them as well.
Alex, if you look at the top left-hand side of your screen, you'll notice there's only 2 boats left in this race, and that's because Kazakhstan has retired. So following that issue they've had with their asymmetrical spinnaker down into the water, apparently they've received help from the shore crew and so are now disqualified from this race. So unfortunately for Team Kazakhstan, it was a very good beginning, first windward beat, but
and they
again
were
having
so
issues
strong.
with
They
that.
had a really strong beginning of the race, not the first off the line, but their boat speed was absolutely on point. They were really slowly taking meter by meter on the other boats, and managing to come in second around the mark. Very tight, unfortunate with a bit of the incident there, but had they managed to secure their kite there, they would have definitely still been in contention with these other 2 boats here. So
had they not tacked between the 2 boats, just gone a little bit further, just 1 boat length further, they would have avoided all of these issues. But it is what it is, and that's part of racing, and especially for these teams. Kazakhstan is not used to sailing on a boat like this, and they have less experience sailing race boats, and so it'll come. I mean, they'll manage to do it. It'll just take a little bit of time. As we're going up here, we're on leg number 3, and we have just started our windward mark. Now we're looking at these 2 boats. We're having now a match race between Team Oman and the United Arab Emirates. Here, these 2 boats, as you're seeing both of these boats right now. The images coming off the water live as we have Oman right in front of us, looking like they've done a great job with their mainsail right there, which is nice and full. As I look in the background to the UAE, I see that the mainsail UAE boat looked like it was a little bit lower, as we're seeing the jib sheet right in front of the camera right now. So it goes to show that the mainsail track is all the way down, leeward.
And we saw Jamal just now. That was number 11 just in front of the camera. He's gone to the leeward side. He's doing a little bit of cleanup on board to try and manage the sheets, keep everything nice and tidy. We see him once again doing a really good job. You know, the ideal situation is you send the lightest person down to do this job, to keep as much weight on the windward side as possible. He's also keeping an eye, making sure that if there's anything else he needs to adjust while he's down here, that he could do that.
That's the team captain speaking to him right there with his hat on backwards. So really, yeah, absolutely. Keeping the boat clean. It's going to do a couple things. For one, when you're going to need to use all those ropes, you're not going to have a knot in the middle of it, for example. Second one is perhaps not sliding across and rolling an ankle or something like that as you walk onto a rope. Yes, it is pretty much sandpaper at the bottom of the boats, but you know, if you step on a rope.
Absolutely, and you know, there is a sandpaper grip on the deck, but you know, this boat is getting waves splashing over the top of it, and it's still slippery, especially at this angle when the boats are heeling over.
Top left-hand side of your screen, these are the projected points if we were to finish the race right now in this order. We would have Oman as with 9 points right now, the UAE with 5, and Kazakhstan with 3. So that's currently the standings right now if we were to finish in this order.
So this is putting Oman in a really good position right now you know, following this projected outcome, they're securing another bullet to their event right now, and the UAE managing to break away from the tie with Kazakhstan as they're in second place right now. They're still battling to try and get closer to Oman as we speak. They're still approaching both on the starboard tack towards the windward mark, and here we've got a great shot of Oman. You know, fully focused. They're all hiking out to keep the boat flat, try and keep the boat not heeling too much when the wind is picking up. There's a lot of pressure in the sail. And
yeah, it's really important because the flatter your boat is, the more straight your mast is, and the more wind you're going to be catching.
And the faster the boat will be. It's essential for the teams to have good boat speed throughout the upwind and the downwind, of course. But the hiking out is even more important on the upwind leg.
And I think, Alex, one thing that we have to talk about again is just to remind everybody that all these boats, they look very similar. Well, that's because they are very similar.
They are very
As
similar.
a matter of fact, they're identical.
The same.
Yeah. So they're identical even into the point where the colors of the ropes are the same on all boats. In order to be able for the teams to be able to switch, as the teams are not sailing on the same boats they were sailing on yesterday. So to make it even more fair, every day we're switching the boats the teams are sailing on. But not only are we switching the boats they're sailing on, we're switching the times of the day they're sailing on. So it really makes it fair. You can't say, oh, that one boat's faster than another or whatever, or we only sailed in the morning so it was easier or harder. So in order to make it fair, we change boats and we change the time of racing.
And that's important for the teams, especially we saw during when we saw earlier on the different weights of each team. You know, the cumulative weight. Some teams are very light compared to others, and some teams are just on the edge of reaching the maximum 730 kilos. And this will have a big effect on the different wind conditions that they're able to sail in. So as we saw, some teams are struggling towards the afternoon when the wind is a little bit stronger. They might get an advantage by swapping the time of day that they're racing in the morning when it's a little bit lighter. So here we're with UAE once again. They're getting quite close to the windward mark at this stage. 180 meters behind from Team Oman.
Here we can see right there on our 3D images as Oman right there just in the lead, and that yellow line that you're seeing right there, that's what we call the ley line. So that would be the sort of the boundary layer of our race course. So the outside, you don't want to be sailing any further than that yellow line, because then you'd be sailing basically extra distance, too much distance.
But remember that this is a imaginary line. We're lucky to see the visuals on the graphics here, but out on the water there is no line. This is an invisible, imaginary line that the sailors on board have to be able to visualize by understanding the angles that these boats can tack at. So what I mean by that is that each time these boats tack, they sort of know the angles that the boat will turn, and they can predict where this line is going to be.
So what happens if they get it wrong? What do they do, Alex?
Well, if they get it wrong, there's two things. They might be a little bit early or a little bit late. Of course, it's generally better to be slightly earlier if you're not sure, because that means you're still within the boundary and you're not sailing extra distance. The downside of that is they might have to put in an extra tack to get back onto that ley line to be able to go around the mark. However, if they've gone too far and they've passed this ley line, then there is really no other options left for them. They can't do another tack. They wouldn't want to, and they're just going to have to sail on that course, and biting the bullet that they've sailed a little bit further than the other teams could, and that could be 1 or 2 boat lengths. But we saw that from the first upwind mark rounding how close all the boats get, and it really is only 1 boat length between them. So it's really important to get it right the first time and not to overshoot the ley line.
And right here we see Team Oman. If we look at the 3D images, we see right there Team Oman tacking over and getting now closer to that ley line. For the buoy, as we see the buoy coming up on our left-hand side right there. So now Oman is going to have to tack, obviously, right, to be able to get over there. Now the question is, how many tacks do we put in? Right there, as we see them put in a tack. Those 2 tacks right there meant that they've now lost 20 meters to the UAE. So that's something that the UAE knows. So the UAE decided to go a little bit further, and so the UAE is on that ley line. But now Oman has had to put in 2 more tacks. So you see, at home, you can imagine how tactically you're going to be thinking about where you're going. It's not just a question of going fast. It's a question of making the least amount of maneuvers in order to get there the fastest.
Absolutely, and the teams know this. They know that every tack they do is slowing the boat down a little bit, but they also want to be sailing where there's the most pressure. So sometimes you have to decide whether it's going to be worth making the extra tack to get into a better side of the course or a better area of the course.
That's all
going to have more pressure.
Tactics and chosen by the tactician.
So that's all tactics, and it's a huge mental game for them. There's a lot on the line for them, and they're really the ones deciding what the boat's doing. Here we have Oman now going for the 2nd mark rounding of the 3rd race for them overall.
What a great shot
race of the day.
This drone shot's great. You really see how they release the mainsail, open up the mainsail in order for that boat to be able to bear away, to get away from the wind. They've released both of those sails a little bit.
And what you'll be able to see from this shot now, as they're getting close to the offset, is everyone's trying to stay hiking as far as possible right until the moment that they need to make a maneuver, and then they come into the boat to get into position and start hoisting.
Grinders start grinding right there as we see the kite going up, and they're in the fastest speed. So
looks like a really good hoist for them once again. The kite's nearly at the top. There we go. It's made. And then as soon as the kite is up, they're going to get back onto the side of the boat to hike the boat down. And now we see the mid-bow team and the bow team focusing on getting the jib down. Generally in the lighter wind, they might decide to take the jib down in order to maximize the wind that is flowing into the spinnaker, which is the biggest sail at the front of the boat. And that allows the boat to sail even lower from the wind.
Now let's look just behind here as UAE is arriving as well to the offset mark. Now you see they need to keep that sail out of the water. That's
you can see it's dragging a little bit there, so that's the responsibility of the bow team. That's the person at the very front to try and hold the sail as they're locking the tack. That's the very bottom frontmost point corner of the spinnaker, so that it can be in position ready for the hoist. And it's really tricky job on these boats because there's no rails. There's nothing stopping the sails from falling in. So it is they're solely.
So you see how
relying
hard
on
it
the
is
people
right
on
there?
board. You could see they're gritting their teeth trying to
They
hoist
can.
this
They
kite.
do have different gears. They could be changing gears right now. They could be going the other direction. There we go. And that would be an easier gear to get into. So they don't have to struggle as much as some teams do. I mean, they like to push real hard, but you can just change the direction.
The downside is you can change the gear to make it easier physically for hoisting the
But
kite.
it'll
but
go
the
slower.
winch will turn slower. And of course, the slower the winch turns, the slower the kite is going to set. So, they have to go as hard as they can with the higher gear until they really can't manage anymore, and then they swap gears.
And you see UAE in the back over there. They've had great speeds in their upwind, but they've had all sorts of issues with their kite yesterday. Done a much better job today as we see them right now. Struggling a little bit to get a nice full spinnaker as we now change teams and look at Oman putting in a nice jibe right there as we go back to the UAE. Right here we have both teams, Oman right here in front and UAE in the back. So Oman right now with a nice, healthy 300-meter lead over UAE, and just on their way down to the finishing line. So Kazakhstan retired. Right now, you see up the leaderboard, 9 points for Oman, the UAE with 5, and Kazakhstan with 3. That is the amount of points each team has after these 3 races. So these are the projected results, as of course they're going to have to finish. They're going to have to cross the line before these points are actually counted. Off in the background right there, I think I just saw Team Kazakhstan. So that Kazakhstan is not racing. They have retired from the racing, but managing to put in at least one hoist in order for a little practice.
And I think it's a good sign that they had their kite up. It means they managed to solve their issues, get the kite out of the water, and this is a chance for them just to reset, get familiar with it again, get a bit more practice before the next race.
And especially make sure they put it up correctly
to dry it as well. You don't want to be,
like having the head at the top of the mast, for example.
Absolutely, that's a critical part as well. I'm not quite sure what happened there, with the hoist.
Yesterday,
why the halyard dropped down.
Yeah, well, lots of things can happen. It's not easy when everything is set correctly and you have a dry spinnaker. You can only imagine how hard it gets when the spinnaker is upside down, inside out, and it's completely soaking wet. And that's sort of what we had yesterday with these spinnakers falling into the water. So it was making life really difficult for them. Today, I'm really happy for Group B here to be able to sail in a little bit lighter conditions. Oh, that's really good for them.
And what you've got to realize with the spinnaker is that although we see it when it's all set and they're going downwind, there's a lot of space. But actually, once this kite is dropped into the forehatch of this boat, there is hardly any space for the bowman down below deck to actually manage and clean up this sail and make sure that it is clean, untwisted, and ready for the next hoist. So it is a difficult job. It's a very hot job as well. It's almost like a sauna down below deck, especially in this venue here in Thailand. It's 31 degrees, very sunny. These are full carbon boats, totally black. So, the heat really radiates inside there. And
oh, it sure does. And on top of it as well. So if you're wearing short shorts, you're gonna have a nice little burn on your leg.
Nice little sunburn.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Oman now cruising into the finish line. This is the last leg of this race for them, with the UAE in the background there, working hard. Swapping over, you can see the grinders, they also need a break sometimes. It is a very tough and demanding job for them. So, having extra crew to be able to swap out and give each other a chance to take a little breather is really useful for them.
Yeah, especially that right now they're not in a heated battle or anything. So they just really need to keep it going, be nice and smooth, and not get too tired. We still have one race after this for them. And the wind is coming up.
Yeah, you could see in the background there, if you look on the surface of the sea, the little white caps that are forming there. That's a good indication of more wind building. and the wind causes the waves to sort of break apart and create these white caps.
Also, we see the difference in color of the water. You see where the water is a little bit darker over there. That's generally means more wind. And so
there's a little, a few more ripples over the surface of the water, and that causes the surface of the sea to look slightly darker. However, of course, with all these boats going by, they've also got to make sure they're not mistaking it with just the waves and the white wash coming off the ribs and the umpire boats. And
yes, or perhaps just deeper water. Deeper water.
Yep, the color of the ocean also changes depending on the depth. So there's a lot of things to be looking out for.
Cloud goes over by, then you'll get a dark spot.
That gives a shadow as well. So, you know, really finding and determining what is wind and what is just a shadow is not easy. And
so it's definitely a very complete sport where physically it's very demanding. Mentally, you have to be on top of your game, knowing when to do what. And the last thing is having the vision, being able to look outside your boat and find out where you want to go. Have a strategy, the tactics. So a very, very complete sport. And what makes sailing difficult to really master is that you need to be able to do, you know, 1,000 times the same maneuver in order to master it. But it's really so difficult to get 1,000 times the same weather.
When you've got so many unknown factors that you can't control, you know, out in the ocean here.
Alex, we got a boat arriving right now at the finishing line here, as we see the finishing buoy, the checkered finishing buoy, as they're taking down
and an early drop before even getting into the finish line. They're confident of their position. You know, they knew they were well in the lead. They didn't have to keep the kite up through the finish as well. They just wanted to get it out, give them time to rest, not waste any more time with the kite up. They're gonna, you know, save their energy as the UAE follows behind. Now
we wait for them to start a second race. You see down the bottom right-hand side of your screen, 42 minutes. That's the time elapsed since the beginning. We have an objective of 40 minutes. So our race committee right there doing a good job.
Jan, I'm seeing a yellow and black checkered flag on board with Team Oman right now, which indicates that they've got a small issue on board. Maybe something broke or there's a little bit of damage that they need to repair, which maybe is why they went for an early drop, so they have time to solve this problem out on the water. So they're going to get the crew that's out on the water onto their boat to help solve this problem. And they want to do it as early as possible to give them as much time as necessary to solve this problem before the next race. Of course, if they put the flag up, there may be an extension before the next race begins. But now we have UAE entering the finish line in second place, 1 minute and 15 seconds after Team Oman. And they're going to be, well, fairly happy with the position, perhaps. I'm not sure. You know, they had a really close battle on the
listen, I mean, they were tied up with Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan had to retire, so this gives them now 5 points. So it's pretty good. They've got a 2-point lead over Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, they're 4 points back from Oman, so that's a little tough. UAE is definitely going to have to finish one of these races in front of Oman, and in order to even have a chance to get up to be able to qualify themselves to go on the road to Rio. So good job right there as Oman takes their third win in a row, third bullet, 3 races, 3 wins. Oman looking strong.
Looking very strong, and you know, it really goes to show that the teamwork and what they're doing on board, how they're working together, is really going well. The performance of them right now is really showing in the results, and they're going to be fairly relaxed, I would say, you know, knowing that they've done 3 bullets, 3 really good results for the racing, coming into the second day for them. And now the teams here, they're taking the sails down. They're going to be resting, recovering, and we can see the results right now for this third race for these teams in Group B. We've got Oman with another first place that gives them 3 points, and in second is the United Arab Emirates with 2 points, and Kazakhstan, due to retiring from the race, they will get 0 points as they did not finish the race or cross the finish line.
Yeah,
So
had they finished the race, right, even if they were to finish it, let's say, we said yesterday, 15 minutes is the maximum time you get between the first boat finishing and the last boat finishing. Had they finished the race within that 15 minutes, they would have had 1 point, but they didn't. They had to retire, so they've got 0 points. This is now the overall for this Group B. As you see, 3 wins right there for Oman. So Oman picking up 9 points. The UAE with 5. Kazakhstan with 3. So we no longer have a tie in this group. And we've got a clear lead for this team right now. Oh, look at this. We have Carolina, which is ready for an interview on Team Oman.
Hello, good morning. Yes, we are here on board with SSL Team Oman, and a lot of things happened on the first race today. Third race for you, third win. You're doing really great job. But what happened on the first mark? Can you tell us?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for having an interview with us, and very good racing today, and very happy to have the result. But we did have on the top mark a small issue that we have a penalty. So we might thought that we touched the mark, so we have to run back round. But we are a solid team, so we came back and we win on the end.
It was a little bit nervous on the top mark because you get the penalty, and also SSL Team Kazakhstan get the double penalty. A lot of things happening on the top mark.
Yeah, it was full on, really, and it was so close, but we managed it well, and I think we had a good team spirit and also team communication, so it was very nice, and we managed it well, and we finished first, so that's the good thing.
And after the first mark, you sailed down, and I saw the Emirates just push you a little bit with the Gennaker after you set the Gennaker.
Yeah, it was very close, so we tried to, sail higher and faster as well to roll them. So our crew did manage it very well, and then we passed them, so it was a bit more easy than later on. But it was a bit difficult in the beginning.
And after that, very good decision with on the first downwind to a little bit escape from the Emirates, and you have a really nice distance at the end of the downwind.
We extended a bit more later on, but because we choose the left side of the course, it was a bit more windier there, and then we decided to be a bit away from them and make our own tactic and own sailing.
And your position is a grinder. After these 3 races, how do you feel? Do you feel a little bit tired?
Not too much, not too much. We are helping each other as a team, and we are making a teamwork together. So lots of effort indeed, but we are ready and we are fit for it.
I see here, this is the flag. It's Lima flag right here, right? Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
So we have, in fact, on that second downwind, we had a small winch problem on the left leeward side. So at the moment, our short crew, they are trying to make the thing solved, and hopefully we'll be going for the next race soon.
Okay, perfect. So good luck for the 4th race, and fingers crossed for you guys.
Thank you so much, and we'll try to make the second win again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Carolina, thank you so much for that information. Yeah, you nailed it. I wanted to know why Lima flag, and apparently, well, it's the winch. So having a little bit of an issue right there with one of their winches. Nothing that the shore crew team can't get repaired. So many days of sailing, a lot of salt going into all those gears and stuff. So sometimes it's just. It's nothing. It's just a little grain of sand that gets in there.
And there's a lot of use of these winches. They're an essential part of the boat, which they have to use constantly. So to make sure that's up and running is going to be crucial for them, because the winches, of course, is what they're putting the jib sheets or the kite sheets on in order to trim them. So they're going to be quick to get that fixed.
Right, well, Alex, what we're going to do right now is we're going to have a quick replay of this last race. And as we wait for the shore crew to be able to solve whatever's going on this Omani boat, we're going to have a small break. So, a quick replay of the race, and stick around as we'll be right back for the second race of the day here for Group B.
invite the local school with a lot of SSL sailor from many different countries here who care for the ocean and planet.
Some photos shows really some bad image. We are leaving our trash and plastic in the land, so they definitely going to the sea, and we losing fish and we losing lots of things on the ocean.
And I think a lot of people have no idea that their own action is affect the ecosystem and the whole world. So we need to come and clean up together and clean up the beach. Today I'm really excited. We want to take care of the ocean. So let's do that together. You know, use what you have. And the problem I've seen is the single-use plastic bag, single-use bottle, straw. There's so many. Do we really need? No. Because if we don't think, it's gonna come back and hurt all of us. Stop using plastic bag. That's the number one.
We can work together and then clean up around here.
With these kids, and we also the Korean team, the other countries' team. So it's very good experience.
We're gonna separate the trash and put the cigarette butts and the metal in different places and plastic cap in different places. And we will put on the scale, bring what we can recycle to the factory, which is nearby. We produce something, reuse it.
Today has been a great opportunity for the event, for the SSL, for all the people here to meet some people from Thailand, local, and to go and do this beautiful plan. So it's a great opportunity for all of us.
The kids did their great job this morning. Remove a lot of trash, like they didn't want to stop. And so they deserve to have a look at this beautiful boat after hard working. I'm really happy to see so many people come together and help support us clean up the beach and manage to inspire everyone to do the good thing, to take care of the planet together.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SSL Asian Qualifiers as we are getting ready to get racing started once again here for Group B as we have the provisional overall. So right now we've done race number 3. We just did race number 3 as Oman won that race again, giving them 3 points. The United Arab Emirates got in second place. Kazakhstan had to abandon the race, getting 0 points in total, 9, 5, and 3 points for this group as we are about to head into race number 4, and we are under 4 minutes to the beginning of the start, Alex.
And it's looking a lot more windy now. We could see the flags. They're flapping very hard right now. Looks like they're still on the same sail setups, perhaps. Is that correct, Jan?
I believe so. We're looking like we're still on J2, and the wind has increased by 2 knots as as opposed to earlier. Still, the angle of the course, the axis of the course is still at 320 degrees northwest. So that hasn't changed. But yes, we are seeing the wind going up a little bit more. So we saw yesterday with a 3-knot increase. All of a sudden, we went from it being complicated to being seriously complicated.
Yeah, it makes a big difference out on these boats. You know, it's a difficult boat to sail and to manage and to keep in control, which is really important. You know, keeping in control is what makes the difference between making a good maneuver, a great maneuver, or having disaster happen when they're going around any of these marks. Now we can see Team Oman, they're just checking where the wind direction is coming from and also what side of the line is going to be biased. That means it might be a little bit closer to the windward mark and give them an advantage. So they're checking that so they can decide which side of the course they want to start on. We're now 2 minutes and 30 seconds before the gun, and it's going to be exciting for the second race, Jan.
Yeah, as we see Kazakhstan, that's moving in here now, coming in a little bit closer. Here we are on board with Team Kazakhstan as they're cruising back down. They were playing with their spinnakers, making sure that that was ready and set up for this race right here. But you're absolutely right. You want to be checking the line. You want to be figuring out which side you want to take the start. The line has been set up now for quite a while, so perhaps they have, while we were on a break or watching the videos, they did check the starting line. As right now, they're sort of circling around one another. As you see, top left-hand side of your screen, less than 1 minute and 50 seconds left before we get to the beginning of this race. Really crucial moment right now, as UAE absolutely has to, if they want to have a chance to qualify, they have to put in a win right now. Kazakhstan, we would like to just see them go around and have no issues. Perhaps why not? Second place for Kazakhstan.
It would be really beneficial for them. They need a clean race. They need no issues to happen so they can get some scores back on their board. And, you know, it's just a matter of whether they can stay in control of everything that's happening. There's a lot going on.
I'm liking this. I'm liking how Kazakhstan right now is hunting down Oman. So we've got Kazakhstan right here. To me, they're just telling me, okay, I'm ready to play. 50 seconds left before they get to the line. Here we go. So we see everybody still quite far away. The boat, which is, who is that? That's UAE right now, which is a little bit below the others. They were to the right of our screen earlier in that shot. Yeah, there it is. So let's see if UAE decides to go up a little bit higher and squeeze the others and slow them down before getting a bear away. 25 seconds. So right now we're just about at the moment where they're going to have to be pulling the trigger to get their speed in. They're still really far away from the line right now. So this is a good place right now for UAE. UAE right now doesn't really care about the time right now because they're going to make it. They're going to just try to slow the other boats down and if possible, avoid them getting a good start,
so
Alex.
I think they were successful in that. You saw they were all lined up, coming to the line. They had plenty of time before the gun. And what they're doing right now, as we can see right now, is they're closing the gap. They're closing the door.
Oh, look, Kazakhstan now is doing the same thing.
To stop the other boats from being able to start above them. And they did an excellent job. Just now, they forced Oman to have to slow down to drop behind them and now start in their dirty air. And now Kazakhstan also having to do the same.
Again, a good start from
a very
UAE.
good start from UAE once again. So Oman is now tacking out to get some clean wind and start building up their boat speed. Kazakhstan is still on the port tack to the leeward side of UAE right now. Making small adjustments now on board. We can see the trimmers coming down to adjust the sails, fine-tune it so that they're as fast as possible for the rest of this upwind leg.
We do see a little bit of an angle change right there between the Kazakhstani boat, which is bow number 2, and the boat which is just above them. UAE right there.
It's quite
UAE's got a high mode.
Definitely a significant difference in the course between UAE and Kazakhstan right now. The angles they're sailing to the wind, you can see from this just how different this angle is. So they can choose whether they want to sail high and slow or lower and faster.
So look, we've seen that. We saw that yesterday. Kazakhstan really liking the low mode. a little bit lower, a little bit faster. UAE has a tendency to be really high, and then we've seen Oman sort of in the middle in terms of trajectory. They're sort of where Oman is not in a high mode, not in a low mode. They're just kind of in the middle and keeping a good speed, good contact right there. So interesting as we have right now the team Kazakhstan, which is putting in their first tack right here and going back onto a port tack. As we see right now, Oman putting in another tack and now coming back into the game. So it looks kind of like Oman not really wanting to go out on the right-hand side, Alex.
And it looks like there's a nice cross coming between the UAE and Kazakhstan as they're approaching port and starboard. Sorry, that's
Oman.
UAE and Oman coming very close here. Looks like the UAE just might manage to pass the top of the boat there. They managed to do that nice and safely with a lot of distance in between
Now
them.
remember the distance that we just saw right there. All right, everybody at home, remember that distance. We'll see if that distance has increased or has decreased the next time those two boats cross one another. And that way, we'll find out whether the left side or the right side was better.
Yep, that's for sure, because the wind is always changing. So these teams are going to be looking for where the wind is shifting to and which side that they're sailing on is going to be pointing higher towards the windward mark.
Yeah, so
And,
right there,
we can
no
see
problems.
Kazakhstan also following. They've tacked again to go to the right side of the course now.
You know, I would think that the right-hand side was a little bit better because we saw that's where Oman is coming from. And remember, Oman didn't have as good of a start as Kazakhstan, which went off to the left. So I'm thinking the right-hand side is currently it's paying off right now. But we'll see when the UAE and Oman come back together next time they put in an attack. So here's attack from Oman, and we'll see when the UAE on the top of your screen right there decides to put in a attack and the boats come back together. We'll see which side has paid off. What do you think, Alex? Left or right?
Well, looking from just now, it seemed almost to me like the wind was shifting towards the right side of the course just from when we were seeing the graphics. It looked like the people on the port tack were pointing very high, but that means that the wind is also coming more from the right side of the course. And of course, if the wind is coming from there, they're probably going to be receiving the wind first closer towards that side of the course. And we can see now that all three boats are following each other towards the right side, which might agree with this idea of ours, and we'll have to see if that's correct or not.
Yep, exactly. We'll see, but this is sort of confirmation that the impression that we had here behind the screen is that the right-hand side was better. So here we go. UAE now has tacked over. So this is exactly what we wanted to see. What was the difference between UAE and Oman? Remember, UAE having about a boat length advantage on Oman. Has that changed any? Or have they gotten an advantage? Let's see here as the two boats come together. And tactically speaking, if you're learning how to sail and you're learning how to do tactics, this is a great way of understanding which side of the race course is better.
Definitely, and being able to see it live like this with this drone footage, you really get a good picture.
Actually, you think the right was paid off?
Yeah, I mean,
the right
look at the gap that has been extended between Oman and the UAE right now. You can really see just how clear it is. When you make a good call and you make a good tactical judgment on whether you want to make a tack at one moment or the other.
3 boat lengths?
It's about 3 to 4 boat lengths there.
So they've gained about at least 2 good boat lengths they've gained.
And that's going to give them an upper hand when they're approaching the windward mark, because they're going to be more clear from the other boats. Oh, Oman now, they had to avoid Kazakhstan, who is on the starboard tack. That gives them the right of way. Oman doing a better job. Now they tack nice and early. They're now going to be careful to maintain boat speed and not get too close to Kazakhstan so that Kazakhstan is blocking their wind. So we're going to see how this battle plays out now.
Really interesting as our leaders, UAE, right there. They could say, well, let's go back to the right? It paid off for us. But really, they don't need to, because right now they're in front of their adversaries, and They don't need to go and
Absolutely.
sail off by themselves.
It's not always a decision to stick with the best wind. You know, that of course that's a call that they can make. But if they feel like they're in a strong position, controlling their opponents, then they might decide that, okay, we'll stay here for now just to
There
force
goes
the
their
other
opponents
boats to
right now.
do something else, and then we can carry on with our initial plan and find the wind.
And just like you say, they're going to stick with their opponents. So now their opponents have gone off to the right-hand side in order to get a little bit of clear air. So both of their opponents do have clear air. Kazakhstan attacking first, and then Oman. Now I expect that the UAE, they will probably follow in cover in order to stay in between their adversaries and their objective. But we'll see. Perhaps not. We'll see. We'll see what they decide to do. As right now, we will keep using the same tactics, and that's seeing how the boats cross back together and join up again.
So, of course, seeing when the boats cross, that's always the easiest way to determine which side is better, you know, because it's really hard to tell when the boats are going apart from each other. They're going across to different sides of the race course, and you can really only identify what has paid off when you do a tack back and the boats converge again, and then they cross each other. That's the best way to identify it.
So we just saw Oman right there going off to the right-hand side, along with Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan right now not in a very good position as Oman is stealing their wind. Right now, Oman has got Kazakhstan where they want them, and that's right behind them. And now, as UAE and Oman will be joining back up, let's see if going off to the right-hand side but having to put in 2 tacks has paid off for the Omani team, or is it going to stay the same? Kazakhstan right there in the background, you just saw they put in a tack because, well, they were being covered by Oman. Looks like UAE still hasn't tacked yet, so they apparently have got some pressure and appreciate that left-hand side. Just as we were saying, now they're going to tack. So let's see as these 2 boats come back together. Remember, Oman will have the right of way as they, as UAE and Oman come back together. As they're getting ready for attack. Or not. Looks like they were getting ready. Perhaps that wasn't the moment right there. We'll see. I mean, they're definitely going to be attacking very, very soon here.
So it looks to me from the graphics we saw earlier that the UAE will have to do another tack to get back onto the ley line so they can approach the windward mark. Not sure about Oman. Depending on how much distance they have left towards the mark, they might be able to sail a little bit higher and avoid tacking, although they would be a bit slower. So that's going to be a judgment call from on board with them. But Kazakhstan looks as though they're on the ley line and they're on a strong position on the starboard tack, ready to attack any other boats that decide to tack in front of them. And we'll have to see if there's enough distance, if they're close enough to perform an attack on them and force the other boats in front of them, in front of Kazakhstan, to tack when they don't want to.
Yeah, it'll be interesting right now as we're seeing these boats. It's hard for us right now to be able to tell what exactly is their trajectory and if they are actually pointing towards the windward mark. Like you said, we believe that UAE will have to put in another 2 tacks. Perhaps Oman making it to in one stretch to the windward mark. They don't look too stressed here on the Omani team, so perhaps they are going to be able to make it in one go. I think they're a little bit far though. They're a little less than 500 meters away from that windward mark as we see it coming into our screen right here. But we also see 2 different trajectories here. As we said, the UAE has a tendency to sail really high. Oman sort of in the middle and Kazakhstan low. It looks like Kazakhstan right now has, well, all 3 boats really. They have almost the same angle to the wind right there. So we're going to have to get a little bit closer as we're less than 350 meters away from the windward mark, Alex. And the boats now, let's see what happens between the 2 boats in the front. As we see, there's only 30 meters of distance between the UAE and Oman. So UAE right now, our current leader here in the second leg of the day. This is race number 4 for this Group B. Oh, there we go. That's a great angle right there. So, yeah, Oman, absolutely. You called it, Alex. They're looking like they're just going to barely make it. Now let's see what happens as these two boats right now are going to cross over one another. The boat on the right-hand side does not have the right-of-way, so what are they going to do? They're going to bear away. Yep, so that's the decision has been made. They're going to bear away and go behind Oman. So right now, Oman is taking the lead as the UAE has to pass behind them. Let's see what happens now for Oman. Are they going to... oh, it looks like Oman is tacking.
So they're using that
so
as
is
an
the
opportunity
UAE.
to tack. They saw that the UAE had to tack, so if they felt like they were pushing too high and going too slow, it gave them a good opportunity to tack safely and now get back onto the ley line.
Oh, there's a
Protest
whistle
going
right
on
there.
here.
What's going on? Looks like a protest flag right there that was taken out from the UAE, and probably a reply right there from the jury.
It almost
I'm pretty
looked
sure
like
it's
there
a
was
green
enough
flag.
distance between them just
Yeah,
now. So that would be good for Oman. They did a good call there to tack when they did to get them into a safe position.
the
And now they're
UAE.
covering the UAE. So even though the UAE
UAE's gonna have
had
a
the
real
chance to
hard
tack
time.
when they
Oh,
wanted,
they're gonna have to
they
tack.
couldn't make it. And now they're going to be in a tight battle with Kazakhstan. and
is this
he's
gonna be another-
approaching on starboard.
Is this going to be another penalty if
Looks like they're
Kazakhstan
getting
has to
onto
move?
the side in time.
No, it looks like it's okay right there. They established they were on. They're
Kazakhstan has
trying
a
to
red
protest,
flag
but it's a
out right
green
now.
flag. Look at the jury on the right-hand side. Yeah, so there is no protest. That's not validated. That's not a problem right there for the UAE. As when they did their attack, their sail was full by the time Kazakhstan tried to get out of their way. So no big problems right there. I mean, they've tried. All teams tried to put up a protest flag.
But yeah, this is
no
going to be a real battle right now for the offset mark rounding between Kazakhstan and the UAE to see who can get the kite up first. You see they're really close together, and it's just a matter of who can get the kite up and be in a good position, ready to make the next attack.
So it looks like UAE right now, they've got people in the front there. Number 1, number 2 are already putting up their spinnaker as Kazakhstan is just right now coming in. They're about 3 boat lengths away. Kazakhstan from that offset mark. Still don't have a spinnaker going up into the air.
Quite a big
UAE
twist right
does.
now for the
Yep.
UAE and their kite.
Twist
That's not going
right
to be
there.
good. See if they can shake that
It's
out and
maybe
pull
coming
the twist
undone.
out. They need to get pressure in the sails. It looks like the same thing is happening for Kazakhstan as well.
That they need to keep Kazakhstan, and it needs to keep on pulling that spinnaker up,
You
and
can
that's
see
what
the
they're
knot
doing.
is
They're
just
almost
slowly
20
moving up, but,
centimeters away.
It's not going to be easy. There's quite a few wraps in that kite there. They need to fix that right now because the UAE has now fixed their kite. It is full, and so is Oman. So they're going to be breaking away. You can see the team on board Kazakhstan right now working to try and open their kite up all the way.
Still don't have it fully opened up right there. They need to do something. Perhaps try to pull a little bit harder on the sheet in order to make it go up. Perhaps drop the jib, or perhaps a little bit of the halyard
a little bit. They've got to be careful doing that, not to drop it all the way though, because but they need it right now because without the kite they can't sail as low as the other 2 boats ahead of them.
So right now the UAE having no issues putting up their kite, and as we see Oman right here in front, just putting in a nice jibe right there. Nice clean jibe. Spinnaker fills up right away. Ease the spinnaker and get the boat flat. So good jibe right there from Team Oman, as it looks like UAE right now is in the boat in the middle, and Kazakhstan in the back there, still trying to sort out their problems with that knot.
So there's a couple options for them. As we said, they could try and maybe drop the jib to allow more wind to flow into it. They could try and drop the kite halyard a tiny bit to help it open up. Or we also saw yesterday from Team Oman, I believe, when they had a twist, what they decided to do was to jibe and try and give that as an opportunity to fill the kite. So we'll have to wait and see what Kazakhstan is going to do, but that's their top priority right now, to get that solved as Oman sails away from them.
Definitely need to solve that problem before they can put in a jibe, Team Kazakhstan. So it's right now they're They need to find. The more time they spend like this, the further they're going to be behind.
Absolutely, and we just saw Rad right now on the pedestal of Team Oman right now, working the pedestal. He's grinding the winch in, so he's controlling. You could see there's the trimmer who's got the pink sheet wrapped around the winch, and he's controlling the spinnaker and.
That's the number 10 right there. On the left-hand side is the captain of the team, Nasser. That he's the trimmer right there, and he's flying the kite. As you see, his job is pretty much easing all the time. He's easing, releasing that sail, and whenever we need to pull that spinnaker sheet in, well, that's why we have a grinder, which is doing all that work. That number 4. Here we see we're on Kazakhstan boat, so it looks like either they've solved the problem and they've decided to put in a jibe, or they put in a jibe to solve the problem.
So that's really good for them. That was a good call. We saw Oman did the same thing yesterday, and it worked out really well. And it seems like that's, yep.
There we
can
go.
see from this footage now, Kazakhstan has fixed their issue with that jibe. Good call on their boat to solve a major issue and keep them in contention. So, Jana, why would they need to ease and pull in the sheet constantly? I mean, why couldn't they just pull the sheet in and leave it there? You know, if the sail's not flapping, then wouldn't that be fine for the boats to sail?
Yeah, that would be fine if you weren't actually trying to speed up. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to speed up. So they'll go a little bit closer to the wind. They'll luff. That's what is the term in sailing terms is called. So that would mean going a little bit closer to the wind. And so turning a little bit left. When you do that, you power up your boat and you get more speed and your boat goes faster. The problem is when you power up your boat and get more speed, you're not sailing towards your objective. So the whole idea is go really fast, power up your boat, and then bear away. So turn a little bit right and go towards your objective. As you go further left, you need to tighten your sails a little bit because you're getting closer to the wind. As you go further towards your objective, you need to release them a little bit. So that's what these guys are doing the whole time. They are following the movement of the boat. As you see, what the guy who's steering the boat is trying to do, he's trying to keep that speed up. And as soon as the speed is up, then he'll go towards his objective. It's really a lot of teamwork. And then in the very back, the tactician's going to be looking at, well, where's the wind coming from? And where am I going to be able to go in order to sail into that pressure? So it looks like they're just sitting there chilling, but really it's very finite movements in order to be able to surf down the waves, as we see right now. Good example.
There's quite a lot of swell out on the water. It's maybe not as big as it was yesterday afternoon, but it's still enough to get the boat planing and surfing along. And of course, just getting the boat, it's a heavy boat, but even if they get the boat planing just a little bit, that's maybe 0.2 knots or so that they're adding to their boat speed, and that's going to get them even further if other boats are not planing as effectively.
And you said there was more wind yesterday. Well, guess what? We've still got 2 more races today, so we should be seeing even more action-packed racing afterwards with more boats. So make sure you stick around. Before we get to that, look at the top left-hand side of your screen right there. That's the projected overall results right now, as Oman currently in this position would have 12 points, the UAE 7, and Kazakhstan 4. So good job right there, as Oman once again showing their absolute domination in this group. They're going in for a fourth. Right now they are leading for the fourth race that they're leading. Getting down to the gates right now, Alex. Always an exciting moment for us.
Oman has gone for the drop already. They're taking their kite down. They've got they've still got a fair bit of distance between them and the mark, but once again they're playing it safe. It's paid off the past few races they've done. They saw the mistakes that were happening between them and maybe the other boats by trying to push it too fine at the leeward mark, and that caused major problems for them when they dropped the kite in the water. So they're playing it safe.
Look at how close they are to the buoy right there.
Everything ready. The kite is in in the front of the boat already, below decks, and their sails are all set ready for the upwind. And just look at how quickly they're coming out. They're getting onto the rail and hiking out as hard as they can to flatten the boat. And we've got UAE now on the left side. They're now approaching the leeward mark, losing a little bit of pressure in their kite. It's not flying as well. It looks as though they might be preparing for a drop, perhaps. They're letting the tack out. Ooh.
I don't really understand what's happening. They need to drop the sails from the other side of the jib. They really need that sail to go out around the front. There it is, like that. It needs to come on the right-hand side.
But they've got to be careful that the kite doesn't go around the front and over the front of the bow. Otherwise, that's going to be dragging the water, and it's going to be very difficult. And it looks like they just managed to keep it safe there. Let's listen to the onboard footage as they are doing a maneuver around the mark.
Yeah, right now it looks like we've got a lot of people in the front of the boat trying to help out and make sure that spinnaker is going down into the boat as they're going around the buoy right there. That's not the ideal trajectory around the buoy as they finish more than a boat length away and stopped.
Yeah, so you could see just now that there was a lot of distance between them and the mark, and the ideal positioning as they're rounding it is to be as close to that leeward mark as possible when they're rounding.
Now Kazakhstan coming in second right here. Let's see if they can actually get this rounding here a little bit closer. So they're much closer to the mark. It's not the ideal trajectory
but
either.
It looks like a much better mark rounding than the UAE just now. You say exactly. They had a lot more speed and they were a lot closer to the mark.
So ideally, really, what we want to see is we want to see them really finish as close as possible to the mark and as close as possible to the wind. As we see the two different trajectories right there. Very clear on your screen as to what the boats did. So interesting to be able to look at that. We are on the second windward leg right now after 21 minutes of racing. So we are exactly halfway through this second race. This would be race number 4 here in this Group B. Our leaders are Oman. Right now, this is the fourth time they lead a race. Right now, they currently have 9 points. If they win this, they'll have 12 points. What a lead from Oman.
Indeed. 340 meters in front of the second boat at the moment. So that is another comfortable lead for them. They're going to be very happy with the results here. And the performance right now is excellent. You could see all their feet are up in the skies, barely any feet on the floor. They're all hiking out. They're getting their backs out to flatten the boat. Here's Nasser making some discussions with a tactician, perhaps, deciding what they want to do next and which side they want to sail on. You heard them just now talking about pressure calls. There's going to be someone on the boat who's looking at the water, looking for where there's pressure. So once again, they're looking for the dark patches. And you can hear the discussion that goes on. This is discussion that's always going on. The trimmers on board need to know what's happening with the wind in advance. So they want to know what's happening a couple meters ahead so they can prepare to adjust the mainsail and jib so that it's maximizing speed as they're going through. If they're a little bit late with going into more pressure, their sails might be overpowered and the boat heels too much, which is a little bit slower.
We were talking about who says what and who's talking about what, and we're not just having a discussion about what we did last night on these boats. Really, each person has a specific job, and that job will change as they're going sailing windward or sailing with the wind. And one of the calls right there was the wind, exactly, and it's super important to be able to call the wind because the guy in the front is the first one to be able to see or to be able to feel those the pressure that's coming in, and the guys in the back, the tactician, well, he's not looking at every single puff. He's looking at the general picture of where he wants to go and what his objectives are doing. So one guy's telling us what's happening right now, and in the back we have somebody creating a strategy, looking 2 or 3 or 4 moves.
A way I like to think about it, Jan, is that the tactician, they have the general view, as you said. They're playing chess right now. They see the entire board. What they're trying to see is what's happening with everyone, every piece where they are, and they're trying to decide on what is the best call to make to you know, get to the next mark in time. So they're playing chess, and the other people on board, they're playing more of a fast-paced game. They're looking at what's happening now.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that's really important about doing tactics is, for example, as we see here, we are arriving now. We're about halfway up the beat. Well, right now, he's already thinking about what do I want to do on the downwind? Where do I want to go? And he's already looking and thinking about what they're going to do with their spinnaker. So always, I would say, about half a lap ahead of the boat.
Absolutely, because as they're going upwind, it's not just an opportunity to decide on the upwind leg, but they're getting a chance to feel the pressure and see what's going on the race course as we speak. So as they get a feel between the left and right side and how the wind is different, that's also giving them an idea of what side of the course they want to be on the downwind leg so that they can get into pressure more.
We can see here that the wind is building a little bit. It looks like they've got some nice speed as they're cruising on the upwind. We know these boats can get up to about 8 knots, which is pretty quick when you're going against the wind. So pretty powerful. Oh, what's going on here? Looking like the jib sheet was put on the wrong way around the winch right there. And that's created all sorts of problems right there as the front sail is not being pulled in properly.
Yep, we can see the front sail is still flapping a little bit and the grinder's working hard to trim it back in. There's the trimmer on the very left side, number 6, who's trying to get the sheet wrapped around their winch so they can continue to trim the sail properly. Now they've got it solved. They're all getting back into their normal positions.
It looks like we've got a
looks
little
like
bit
the
of a
kite sheet
cluster down there.
is falling in the water, so someone's come down to get it out of the water, of course. It's a small rope, but that little bit of drag is still slowing the boat down, and they've got to get it out, so they're cleaning that up now.
So right there, you can just see how hard it is. Just a little mistake wrapping the jib sheet the wrong way around the winch, and that right there lost him a good 10 seconds.
So that's Jamal, the tactician, once again on the left side. He's doing cleanup again, making sure the ropes are nice and tidy.
Eagle Eye Jamal is what I've been told he's called. So yeah, making sure that he's looking far away. But right now, you see the tactics, perhaps the plan has already been talked about in the back of the boat, so now he has time to go and clean up the rest of the boat. House cleaning on a boat, so important, such an important thing. It's one of the very first things I've ever learned how to do on a boat was before I started to get to touch anything on a boat was clean up the boat and make sure that all those ropes that you're seeing, they're not in the middle. As a matter of fact, it's if you have ropes piled up like this, the chances of having an issue or having a problem or having a kink in the line as you're trying to hoist a sail is just absolutely huge. So they'll probably be cleaning this up just before they're going to hoist it.
Absolutely, and if you just have a look at how many different colored ropes there are, that shows you that there's so many different ropes that are bundled together. And the chance that these different ropes get tangled when they're pulling on them and releasing them is just huge. So you know, it's an important factor to keep an eye on as they're
that pink
sailing.
one is the spinnaker sheet right there that you're seeing. The green ones, those are the jib sheets that are coming back. So obviously you've got one on each side, just so you can see the different colors. And the main sheet is black. Obviously, we're not seeing it because it's being hidden. It's behind right there. We're seeing it.
Right
there
here,
it is.
locking the feet in place to stop them from falling overboard.
Thanks, Stefan, for that wonderful image of the black sheet right there. You guys paying attention in the back. We've got a good team going on here. We're sailing another type of boat, aren't we? As we're getting closer to this windward mark, second windward beat as we're going up here. Look at that, 455 meters. So Oman, really good speed as they've managed to pull out another 120 meters from last time we saw this image right here. So Oman, they've got a lot of speed.
They've got a lot of speed, but from 10 minutes ago when they were still going upwind, you see they've gained another 100 or so meters on the other boat. So that's a really good boat speed coming from them and very good sailing. So they're now approaching onto the windward mark. This is the third leg of the race. They're going on to the fourth leg right now, well in the lead. Nice distance between them and their opponents right now. They've just got to keep it clean.
Right here, bear away, open up the mainsail, release that mainsail so that they can bear away and keep their speed up. You see how everybody's still sitting on the right-hand side? That's exactly what you want, because they are heading off to the offset mark right there. But by having everybody on the windward side, they're getting that mast as straight up as they can and keeping as much speed as they can. Going off to this mark right here. Now we see number one getting out to the front of the boat and starting to take out this asymmetrical spinnaker as they're just going to take their time and make sure they're doing everything correctly. Spinnaker is going up right now, as we see right there. The grinder's working hard, just doing a great job right there. Spinnaker not going into the water. Jib coming down, spinnaker filling up, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. 3 boat lengths, and it's done.
And very fast with the jib drop just now. That came down in no time at all. So that's even less drag or interference of wind that's going into the spinnaker. And what's really nice to see is that today they definitely solved all their issues with the pole going out. We saw yesterday they had a couple issues, so they've solved that. They've reflected on that, and there has been no issues so far. So that's looking really good for them.
Perhaps you're wondering, well, why are we never talking about the jib going into the water, and why is that not a problem? Well, simply because the whole front of the jib is attached to the boat.
Yep, it doesn't matter. I mean, there could be a little bit of the back end of the jib that's dragging in the water, but because the front is completely clipped on, there's no chance that the jib is going to completely fall out, and it's always going to stay on the boat. So it gives them time, it gives them a little bit of peace in mind. Of course, they don't want to leave it dragging, so someone at the bow, they will pick it out of the water and put it on deck. There's a little bungee there that they can wrap over.
But we're not going to be seeing the same problems as if we were to drop a spinnaker, let's say, into the water.
Absolutely.
And go into the water. Here we are on board with Team UAE as they have just arrived at the windward mark right now. So they're getting things settled in here as they're about to get to the offset
mark.
Sorry, yes, thank you. The offset
right
mark.
Now. They're going for the bear away now. Let's see if they can do a good hoist.
Yes,
yalla. Listen to that. Listen to the yelling on board as they're trying to exert as much power and speed as possible, getting that halyard up. This is a great view just to see the action going on board and how much coordination is needed to do a single hoist.
Yeah, and if you look in the back, the spinnaker has gone up, but they still haven't quite filled it up. They didn't drop the jib as fast as now they've dropped it, and now the spinnaker is up. So if they drop that jib a little bit faster on the UAE boat, that spinnaker would be fuller, quicker.
So this is interesting here. Oh, Oman looked like they were going for a jib hoist. It might have just been the kite sheet that got stuck there just now, so not actually hoisting the jib.
Kazakhstan has now arrived at the offset mark, and they're about to put up their spinnaker. As they are right there on the right-hand side of your screen. Left is UAE, so no problems for UAE. Here, let's take a look on the right-hand side as Kazakhstan. Spinnaker is going up. It looks like they've got a twist again in their spinnaker, but sometimes a twist can come out pretty easily. Let's see if they've managed to do it. They should be getting pretty good at managing to get these twists out, because it seems to me like every time they're putting their spinnaker up, they've got some sort of twist, so... they do manage every time to get it out. It just takes a little bit of time.
It takes a little bit of time, but of course, this is something that can be prevented as well, depending on if they're sailing low enough to stop wind getting into the kite, and that is what's causing the top of the kite to start twisting to begin with. So, it's really important. It's not just about the grinders and the bow team from managing the front of the sail. It's also about the back of the boat, the helmsman, from steering the boat in a good course that helps these grinders and pitman from getting the kite up. So it's a really good lead for Oman right now. They are 560 meters ahead of the UAE right now, with Kazakhstan 950 meters away from Oman. So they are really in a comfortable position. They've just been dishing out some really clean maneuvers. There's been no issues happening on board, and they've just kept the game simple. They're going for boat speed. They're going for early drops on the kite. They're getting the kite up at the windward marks really well with no mistakes. So that is really paying off for them right now.
Right now, what we need to be seeing from the UAE is that they just managed to put in all of their maneuvers and have no real big issues. Because right now what Oman is doing, they're sailing a clean race. They're not doing anything special. They're just doing the basic stuff, and they're doing it all right. And right now we need to have the other two teams are doing the same thing. Basic stuff, but doing it right. And this time around, the UAE has had no real issue.
Absolutely, and there are some moments where there is a necessity to do complicated moves or really last-minute maneuvers. But right now, in a fleet with only 3 boats, there isn't too many boats and incidents coming where the boats are together. So the name of the game really is just to keep it simple, and everything needs to be as perfect as possible.
Yeah, and simple is just simple things like keeping the boat clean. I mean, it doesn't sound so glamorous, but it's just so important. Keep your boat clean and enjoy the glamour just a little bit later when you're on that podium, for sure. We see here, I like it, UAE, the boat, nice and clean. We don't have stuff all over the place. Obviously, you can imagine the mast is 20 meters high. Of course, there's a lot of rope that's going to be on the ground, but it could be a lot worse than that. What a great shot right there! Look at the speed they have as they're just going down and surfing down the waves right there. As you see that bow wave coming a little bit further back. Look at that. That's
just
a great
beautiful
shot.
to see the golden bows reflecting the sunlight off as they're cutting through these waves. Look at that shot there. That is beautiful.
Yeah, the
just
bow's
so
not even touching the water. It's awesome. These boats, they're so fun to go fast on. These boats will you can get up to 20 knots. I'm not saying it's easy by any means, but you can even go faster than that. Yeah, it's just such a cool boat, and when they surf down the waves just like that, you really have that. What you're seeing right there, you get that impression. I don't know how to describe it, but this whole sliding, gliding thing is it's just absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Well, this is a sailing boat, but the feeling for any viewers who might have done anything similar, maybe surfing or anything like that, it is a similar feeling. You feel the boat surf, you feel it take off, it suddenly accelerates, and you can feel the heel on the boat. You feel the boat incredibly well.
And what's crazy is you can do roll jibes on these. For you sailors know what I'm talking about. You can totally roll jibe this boat.
So that's when you heel the boat more than usual, just so that when the boat finally jibes, you can shift your weight onto the new side and really pump the boat.
Yeah, you get the boat
into
flat.
the sail.
You go from a boat that's leaning over to a boat that's flat, and that motion right there will accelerate the boat. And it's just such a cool feeling. You do that. Look at the waves. Like, they're just cruising down the waves right now. Nice speed.
Fantastic. UAE is now just surfing these waves
and
into
look at
the finish line
race
right
time.
now.
40 minutes. The objective for the race committee is 40 minutes as they're going across the line right now, Team Oman. So good job, race committee right there, going for a 40-minute race. And we got a 40-minute race in 30 seconds. So Good job right there. So that's it for Group B. That was their second race. Oh, they sailed so well. Now they're putting it in the water. All right.
We've still got UAE coming into the finish.
Yeah, we still got the UAE and Kazakhstan.
And Kazakhstan still in the game this time.
Still in the game this time, so that's good. They'll put a point up on the leaderboard right there. Oman, what a great race for them. UAE now coming into second place. And great picture here as you see right there. They're going up a little closer to the wind. They get some power, and then they bear away right there, and they try to go towards their objective. So this is what we were talking about earlier when we were saying, well, what are they doing with all these ropes? Well, that's what they're doing. So they're luffing right now, getting a little bit of speed.
Yeah, you can see how the front of the boat, it's turning left and right, up and down these waves to try and get as much surf as possible, get as much pressure, and still go low.
Yeah, and it's not a really big move. We're not talking about 10 degrees. We're not even talking about 5 degrees. We're talking about 1 or 2 exactly. Yeah, just enough to be able to power up your boat and then surf it down the next wave. And yeah, waves, they're not all the same.
Different directions, they're different sizes as well.
Yep. So you got to choose the right one to get a nice surf.
And you could see that on board with UAE as well. They've also shifted their weight slightly further back just to get more weight to lift the front of the boat up and allow the boat to surf a little bit better. If they're too far forwards, the bow digs into the waves and it doesn't really surf as well.
There we are. UAE coming across the line right now in second position. So putting 2 more points on the leaderboard for them as we look at now Kazakhstan. Right there, which is also on their way home to cross the finish line. So we are 42 minutes and 48 seconds of racing right now. Oman going around in 40 minutes, just under 2 minutes behind them. The UAE across the finish line as we're looking at Kazakhstan right now with a nice filled spinnaker. What a good shot of Team Kazakhstan as they are cruising on their way back home.
And you can see the dark patches on the water really well in this image right now. You can see the boat is just entering a slightly darker patch, and a little bit ahead of the boat, it looks a little bit more glassy almost. That's a way to describe it. It's not quite glassy yet. There's a lot of wind here.
Yeah, here they go right there into that pressure as you see the boat heeling over just a little bit more, and that's exactly what you were saying, that pressure. And we'll see it flatten out as they get out of that pressure.
So they're doing a good job right now of keeping the boat tidy. There's Milana just at the front. She's the floater, tidying up some of the ropes next to the pit. And I believe that was Yana who was on the leeward side, just managing the ropes, the kite sheets towards the leeward side as well.
We see right there, got quite a bit of heel, got a lot of power in that boat right there. And so right now what they want to do is that you want to sort of bear away from the wind, take all that power and transform it into, there you go, you see bear away and transform that into going into the direction of the finishing line. That's a lot of heel, a lot of power right there. Look,
yeah, you can see just how big
going.
These kites are. I mean, already with this heel, the kite is touching the water. It's
oh, look at that. If they really needs to bear away, that's about the limit right there. Any further than that, they could wipe out. So definitely want to try to avoid that as they are arriving now.
Looks like they're pushing for quite a high mode just to make it into the finish line here, which is why the boat seems almost on the overpowered side. You can see it heeling over as they're passing the leeward gate.
Oh, big bear away right there.
Almost into the finish line here, playing it safe.
Yeah, I think they were trying to aim for that gate. They don't really need to.
No, they don't need to go through the gate on the second lap down. They can go on the outside of it.
It looks like that's what he was aiming for. No, they don't need to. They can go anywhere, anyhow around that gate.
They just need to make it into the finish line as they have just now. So really good job for Kazakhstan. They finished the race this time round with the kite up. So that's going to be nice for them.
So that's the end of race number 4 here for Group B in the Asian qualifiers. Oman again with a race lead. Good job. That's 4 races, 4 wins for Oman.
It doesn't get better than that for Oman. 4 bullets under their bags in 4 races.
And look who we have here. It looks as though Carolina is again with Team Oman. Carolina, how's it going down there on the water?
Yes, we are here again with SSL Team Oman, and a great day today for you guys. Second day and 4 wins. You're really strong leading the Group B in Asian qualifiers, and you're really close to get a ticket to Rio.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, it was a good day for us. And we're thinking about tomorrow. It's going to be not easy as well.
Tomorrow not easy because 2 races and double points races, right?
Yeah, because it's double point and everything can happen. This is the sailing.
Yeah, everything still can happen, but basically you have a really great performance. You sail really fast, no mistakes, everything's going really well.
Alhamdulillah, we do our job in proper way, but still I will say that I don't believe in sailing. I believe that every day is a new day, and you have to fight for it.
So, what do you think? What is your strong side as a SSL Team Oman?
It's a team effort because each sailor can connect the other sailor. This is our strong things in our team, because we always keep pushing each other as a family.
Yeah, and I feel the atmosphere here because you're really close to each other and you support each other. That's really, really great. So now we have the rest of the day free for you. What is your plan? Do you want to rest or plan the strategy for tomorrow?
We will have a rest for sure. We need rest, and then we will think about tomorrow. We will do the briefing for tomorrow for sure.
Okay, perfect. So good luck for you and have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you for that interview. What a good job for this team as we take a look here at the results. No, they definitely got some points.
They definitely did get some points.
Definitely did.
We'll get that back up with you shortly.
Yeah, we're going to get the race results here coming up. So that's the race results for race 4 for this one. So Oman in the lead, followed by UAE and then Kazakhstan. And now let's take a look at the overall results after 4 races. Should be seeing 12 points for Team Oman, and that's the case. So 12 points Team Oman, 7 for the UAE, and 4 points there for Kazakhstan. As Kazakhstan, we see they had a 0 in there where they had to retire from race number 3. That was the first race of the day. So that's it for Group B. Group B. And coming up next is going to be Group A with the 4 boats. Let's take a look at the race replay, and then we'll have a short break, and Alex will be right back for the for Group A and their 3rd race for Group A. So here we go, race replay. See you very soon. Thanks. Bye-bye.
main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Thailand and to the Ocean Marina Yacht Club for the SSL Gold Cup Asian Qualifiers Road to Rio. 7 nations competing for the 2 available spots to the 2026 Gold Cup Finals in Brazil. 2 groups sailing 2 races each in 10 to 16 knots of wind, 320 degrees. Philippines and Myanmar get the best start, really sharp on the gun. Philippines get away with a small lead, which they build up the first leg. They lead around the top mark with Myanmar and South Korea not far behind. Vietnam and Myanmar having a bit of trouble with their spinnaker. Down the first run, Philippines break away further, going first through the lowered gate. Myanmar having spinnaker problems again and get overtaken by South Korea, who take up the chase. Down the final run, Philippines do everything right to protect their lead and finish first. South Korea gets second and Myanmar third. Race number 2, Philippines block out South Korea, who had to avoid the start boat and circle around. Myanmar and Vietnam had a great start, but Philippines caught up to them quickly. Round the top mark, it's Myanmar followed closely by Philippines and Vietnam. Down the first run, Myanmar and Philippines fight for an advantage. Through the lowered gate, Myanmar and Philippines split the marks. But it's a big win for Myanmar at the end. Philippines got second and South Korea managed to secure the third place. So after 2 races, in Group A, at the SSL Gold Cup Asian Qualifiers, Philippines lead with 7 points. Myanmar is second with 6 points. South Korea and Vietnam are tight on 3 points. In Group B, the start line is a very even start in race number 1. The fleet making their way up the beat together. Round the top mark, it's Oman leading the group, UAE rounding in second, and Kazakhstan in third. UAE and Kazakhstan having problems with their spinnaker. Oman took full advantage of the situation, leading the rest of the race and finishing first. Kazakhstan crossing the line second and UAE third. UAE came up the starting line first in race number 2, but couldn't carry the momentum through to the top mark. Oman took control of the race, arriving at the mark first and sailed off by themselves. The strength of the wind kept rising on this first downwind, and some teams struggled with the conditions. Oman went on to secure their second bullet of the day. UAE came second and Kazakhstan third. In the end, in Group B, Team Oman is leading with 6 points. Kazakhstan and the United Arab Emirates are tied in second place with 3 points each.
I invite the local school with a lot of SSL sailors from many different countries here who care for the ocean and planet.
Some photos shows really some bad image. We are leaving our trash and plastic in the land, so they definitely going to the sea, and we losing fish and we losing lots of things on the ocean.
And I think a lot of people have no idea that their own action is affect the ecosystem and the whole world. So we need to come and clean up together and clean up the beach. Today I'm really excited. We want to take care of the ocean. So let's do that together. You know, use what you have. And the problem I've seen is the single-use plastic bag, single-use bottle, straw. There's so many. Do we really need? No. Because if we don't think, it's going to come back and hurt all of us. Stop using plastic bag. That's the number 1.
We can work together and then clean up around here.
With these kids, and we also the Korean team, the other country's team. So it's very good experience.
We're gonna separate the trash and put the cigarette butts and the metal in different place and plastic cap in different place. And we will put on the scale, bring what we can recycle to the factory, which is nearby. We produce something, reuse it.
Today has been a great opportunity for the event, for the SSL, for all the people here to meet some people from Thailand, local, and to go and do this beautiful plan. So it's a great opportunity for all of us.
The kids did their great job this morning, remove a lot of trash like they didn't want to stop. And so they deserve to have a look at this beautiful boat after hard working. I'm really happy to see so many people come together and help support us clean up the beach and manage to inspire everyone to do the good thing, to take care of the planet together.
Welcome to the fourth and last day of sailing in these 33rd SEA Games in Pattaya, Thailand. Today is the day we find out who will be on the podium. Before the races even began, the tone was set with all boats boasting their pre-race intimidation tactics. In the end, Thailand managed to place themselves the best and arrive first at the weather markers. Malaysia arrived last at the windward mark and started a full-on battle between themselves, Myanmar and Philippines. Myanmar and the Philippines are going back and forth, exchanging third and fourth place. Overall, Thailand finishes first, Malaysia second, and Myanmar third.
For me, it's a speechless because it's really honors to be with the team that we know each other for so long time. We are like a family, and we very honors to have a Her Majesty on board. And this is like a history of sport and sailing. I feel like this is the best of my life that I make this. We, the team, Thailand team, everyone make this happen.
We are fighting for the goal with Thai all the week. We give them a good battle. I'm sure that the team need to be proud of themselves, head high. We will come back again next time we be in Malaysia. We will bring in this event to Malaysia, and we try to do our best there and try to get the goal there.
Sailor's Box. One place, 100 stories.
What is the strong point of your team?
Probably our diversity. We have like dinghy sailors, a lot of yellow sailors, which is good.
Yeah, our talent is very well
It's a big,
spread.
deep talent pool.
I'd say we have the most fun too.
Yeah, except
yeah.
when Rob's angry, but.
Yeah.
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah.
What is your emblem?
We have the canoe and 5 people on the canoe. So the 5 people on the canoe is the 5 archipelagos we have back in Tahiti, in the French Polynesia. And the canoe is like the main connection in between islands, I guess. Go ahead, Megan.
And this is how the Polynesian people came in the Pacific. In Tahiti, the history says that we are from the Philippines, so Asia.
What are your personal Olympic memories?
For us, it was historical moment because 4 years earlier we were in Busan. It was Seoul Olympic Games, and we were there with Soviet team. And now it was after 50 years the first moment when Estonia has a possibility to go with blue, black, white flag to Olympic Games.
In Estonia,
yeah. And then this way it was for us very important. We were very happy that we get there a silver, bronze.
And it was mostly light winds, and when we had in the last day, we had a little stronger wind and we took our chance. We finished second.
During the race, you were focused on
boat speed, like every race ever.
If you're not fast, you're not doing well. Yeah, it's relatively easy to get a lane compared to big fleets. So
not much traffic management, so you just gotta go fast the whole entire time.
Teamwork, communication, boat speed.
What do you want to improve?
English, boat speed.
What is your secret talent?
Also, when we sailed 470 two-man boats, it was for us easier because we know each other. We were all time together, and we also know what others are thinking in different situations, and especially with heavy winds, and when you have a lot of water in your eyes and you see nothing, you know what the brother are doing.
We call it the mana. The mana is like the tension feeling.
You have it or you lose it, but for the moment we have it.
Goodbye, my friend!
More stories on our YouTube channel. Watch and subscribe. Sailor's Box. One place, 100 stories. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think strongest side of our team is that we're quite young.
Are you saying I'm young?
Yeah, you're still young. Everybody is enthusiastic and learning a lot and learning fast. So I think that would be the strongest side.
I definitely agree, because everyone's so eager to learn, just be here. I think the team vibe is very nice. Yeah. Everyone's having fun, let's say.
What skills are essential for sailing?
Believe yourself. You need to know how to trim the sail. You need basic sailing. And then sequence. Every boat have sequence. We have to follow the sequence, timing, like tacking. Tacking have the sequence. Bow have the sequence. Speed have the sequence. So if we jump the sequence, it's become trouble. Yeah, so just follow the sequence.
Focus on sailing.
No spinnaker in the water.
I think the most important skill is to feel the boat. If you don't feel the boat is going there, you don't need to sail.
I'm not sure about the exact answer because I think it's too complex sport to say the one important skill.
Well, in the current format with Star Sailors League, you'd have to argue that sailing together as a team and working together pretty well and making sure you know your roles, I'd say that's pretty up there.
Yeah, sailing's got like a real variety of kind of technical and kind of social skills to be successful. You got to be kind of thinking about the big picture, looking outside the boat and understanding the weather and the wind, and then also in the little picture, understanding how to do your role, how to control the sails that you're controlling or the lines that you're controlling. So kind of like a ability to move between the big and the small picture is pretty important as well.
During the race, you were focused on?
Backstage.
Yeah, it's teamwork, because we are 8-9 puzzles and we need to make a good picture out of it. We need to fit together.
Some puzzles are bigger.
Some smaller, so yeah. But still puzzles, which without any puzzle there will be not full picture. So exactly, this is the most important.
Is there anything you can't do well?
Everyone's we did everything so good. Everything, but we are Swedish Vikings. Being Norwegians, we're not so good at.
On the boat or in general, it could be. Enjoy the moment is something we all need to practice more,
Yeah,
I think.
we can always do better at that. But we are pretty good.
Yeah.
We're pretty good and happy team.
Yeah, we're happy.
How do you like the SSL Gold Cup format?
It's high pressure, but you got to take it as it comes. I mean, it's a pretty good feeling going in, knowing you've got nothing to lose but everything to gain.
I think it's pretty cool as well in terms of making it understandable to people who come from like a different sporting background to watch. And yeah, it's really clear who the winner is, and that's that's exciting for all the fans.
What is your method to overcome stress?
Well, we didn't overcome it. Yeah, we never overcome it. Good high fives, good banter all the way around.
Do a lot of visualization.
Yeah.
Last night before I went to bed, I was thinking about I'm in the pit, so I'm just kind of thinking about what are my steps, and I just went over it a bunch of times.
That's great.
Don't take it too serious, but also know where you can improve.
Later, see ya.
More stories on our YouTube channel. Watch and subscribe.
I've spent 47 years competing and training in the Thai Sea, and I noticed that the last 30 years, there were so much ocean trash. So what we gonna do with the ocean trash? Can anyone help me with the idea? Me and many friends, we trying very hard to solve this problem. That's why we create this place. It's called Community Enterprise of Ban Ampere. We collect ocean trash and recycle into, for example, this flower pot and many other things. So please help us solve the problem. Reduce, reuse, and recycle with us.
It's a perfect opportunity to let the kids and the young sailors here in Thailand really experience this, because if you see it, you can believe it. So that's what I thought we could do here. So can you imagine this? They sail on a dinghy, and that's all the sailing experience is on a dinghy. And when they're sailing on a big boat like an SSL 47 with the Thai team that won the gold medal, you could see the smiles, and it's something just you cannot. It's such a valuable and precious experience for them. You show the pathway very early on in a young sailor's experience, and then suddenly in their heads they say, "Oh, I want something bigger. I want something faster. I want more challenge." And you start at a very young age, so they have a roadmap. So this is perfect. These boats are safe, they're fast, they're impressive, and for a young kid who just sails a dinghy, my goodness, So putting on them was the right decision, and you could see all the smiles this morning.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here as we are starting the afternoon with race number 3 for Group A. We've got 4 boats. I am joined here alongside me is Alex from Team Vietnam. Alex Freifel, how are you doing?
Very well, thanks. From Team Thailand, actually. But looking very
what did
forward
I say?
to the next warning. Vietnam, but no worries. We're all in the same region. It's looking windy out there right now, and I think we're really close to the warning signal right now. So.
All right, perfect. Because this is, I'm really looking forward to this this racing here. We should see a little bit more wind, and we're gonna have these 4 teams that are gonna be out sailing right now. So top left-hand side of your screen is from South Korea, the Red Fury. They are SSL ranked number 53, weighing in 725 kilos. So they're close to the maximum right there. The captain of that team is Ha Jimin. To the right-hand side of him is Myanmar. They call themselves Team Inya, and they are SSL ranked 75, weighing in at 718 kilos. And the captain of the team right there is Situ. Bottom left, we have Team Philippines, the Centennial team. They are ranked SSL number 83, weighing in at 719 kilos. A captain right there is Ridge Lee. To the right is the Golden Stars from Vietnam, ranked 131st. They weighing in 695 kilos. Captain of that team is Tsung. Interesting here, the weights. Look at the different weights. We have 3 teams which are quite heavy. Myanmar and the Philippines almost at the same weight. South Korea just a little bit heavier, and really light for Team Vietnam right there, Alex.
And I think, having a light team right now, looking out on the water at the moment as we speak, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Vietnam to keep the boat flat. But if they control the boat well and they have good handling, they're going to have no problems at all.
All right, perfect. So, Alex, we're going back out onto the water right here live as we're seeing pictures of our race committee. Still the same information. So our angle of our race course, 320 degrees northwest, wind speed 10 to 13 knots. So we've seen that it's stayed more or less the same. Temperature still a beautiful 31 degrees and sunny here as we are under 2 minutes and 30 seconds before the start of this race number 3 for Group A. Wow, what a race this is going to be. Great to see these 4 boats right now jostling for position, sort of getting themselves a little ready. 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes before the start. What are you thinking about right now if you were sailing with Team Thailand 2 minutes before the start, Alex?
Right now, if we were on the water, we'd be trying to look at what the other boats are doing, gauge where they're planning on starting, and trying to get ourselves into a good position. We saw from yesterday that Myanmar and Philippines were fighting a lot, and we're now looking at the provisional overall results for Group A. Philippines at the moment has 7 points, Myanmar has 6 points, and South Korea and Vietnam are tied at 3 points.
Yeah, interesting right there as we had those 2 teams, South Korea and Vietnam. They're going to be battling it out to try to get themselves out of that tie-up with 3 points at the bottom. And we'll see if the other 2 teams are really going to be battling. Are we going to see 2 battles, or are we going to see a 4-boat battle? We'll have to see. 1 minute, 15 seconds. Here we are on board with Team Philippines. So we're about to get started. Philippines now are going to be coming back. They're on a port tack right now, but they're going to be putting in a jibe and getting back with the other boats here as we see 3 of the 4 boats coming back together. So we're under 1 minute left right now. Boats are just jostling for position as we see Team Vietnam right in the middle of these 3 boats. Here we have all 4 boats together, less than 50 seconds as they're getting closer and closer. We know they don't want to be pulling in, they don't want to pull the trigger to really get the boats started before, at least 30 seconds before the starting line. So right now they're still waiting. That's why boats are slowing down just a little bit, 30 seconds, perhaps not pulling the trigger quite yet. Looks like Philippines, bottom right-hand side. Nope, they're slowing down. Vietnam now bearing away, trying to put in a little bit more speed. At the top left-hand side, it looks like the Philippines, we're going to bear down. No, they think they're a little bit early. We're almost about to be 10 seconds early as Myanmar right now is perfect, and they can put down their nose and get some speed. Myanmar right there just going for the pin end. Looks like Vietnam is doing a good job as well. Philippines getting across the line first right now, perhaps tied with the Myanmar, so best start right now of Philippines, Myanmar. We have Vietnam in the middle, and bringing up the rear right there is South Korea. So South Korea forced to tack to the right-hand side, Alex.
Really good start from Philippines just now. They were hugging it really nice and close to the committee end. They were almost early over the line, but just managed to slow their boat down enough to get a really nice exit off the start line right on time, whereas Myanmar was towards the pin end, and they just had clear a lane set for them, so they didn't have to worry about other boats. And unfortunate for Korea, they got stuck behind and had to tack out, look for a new lane for themselves to carry on.
Right now, tough position for Team Vietnam, stuck in between two boats. Most likely, they're going to be the first ones to tack out of there and go off to the right-hand side with Team Korea.
So now really nice from Philippines. They're just making their way forwards a little bit more to try and force Vietnam even slower and force them out of this position to make them tack. And then it's going to be quite tight between Philippines and Myanmar, who are together.
So here goes Vietnam right there. They had no choice. They were slipping down and finding themselves behind Team Myanmar right there. So they had no other choice than to tack away. So on port tack, we have Team Vietnam and Korea going off to the right-hand side. On the starboard tack, Myanmar and Philippines right there going off to the left-hand side of the race course. So we do have a split between the four teams. It'll be interesting. As Alex, we did see some differences between the wind as on the last race. So we saw teams going off to the right-hand side and coming out in front. So that'll be interesting as soon as we see Team Philippines and Myanmar coming back together. As we see right now, two boats going off to the left and two boats going off to the right-hand side. We did see a little bit more pressure, a little bit more wind. It looked like the wind was a little stronger over on the right-hand side, as right now you see right there with that image, and you look into the background, you see all those little white spots on the water. Those are what we call white caps. That's the top of the waves being ripped off by the wind because the wind is strong. And it gives us a good idea, Alex, about how strong the wind is. What are you thinking? I mean, you're pretty used to sailing out here in this Gulf of Thailand.
Yeah, well, it definitely is. I would imagine that it's going to build a little bit as they get closer towards the windward mark. We can see how hard Myanmar is hiking out at the moment to try and keep the boat flat. And, you know, as Situ was saying yesterday, the wind is pretty patchy, but not patchy enough that it's not going to be easy for them at all. And he was saying that you need to get a good start. So I'm curious to see if South Korea can make their way back into the contention with Philippines and Myanmar.
Absolutely. And yesterday also, I believe it was C2 who was telling us that he was just trying to stay in sync with the wind.
I believe he said it was staying in phase, you know, trying to tack each time the wind is shifting, and that's exactly as you said, staying in sync. So they're in rhythm with it, and they're going with the wind, and they're always going to be in control of when that's happening and not being dictated by the other boats.
Pretty funny here, as we're seeing these two boats, they're really not attacking one another. We don't have one boat which is trying to sail higher than the others. They're really both actually focusing on their speed right now, as we've just only started this race right here. So right now they don't want to go into a little battle right now between these two boats. They're really focusing on the big picture, which is this whole fourth race, as we're only halfway up the first leg. So right now these two boats are just trying to keep their speed in, going on the left-hand side. As we see, they have a significant advantage over the teams that have gone off to the right-hand side. Remember, the teams that have gone off to the right-hand side have already put in one job, and they'll have to put in another one to come back together, and that's when we'll really be able to see the difference between these two teams. But it just, look at that. The boats are coming a little bit closer together right now, and it looks as though the Myanmar team right now is managing to squeeze out Team Philippines. So good job, Team Myanmar, as we thought they weren't fighting each other off, but it looks like Myanmar right now has found a really high fast mode for them right now.
Exactly. So straight off the start line, you know, I think Philippines and Myanmar, they were battling for boat speed to try and hold their position. However, as Philippines, we saw just in the earlier clip that they were getting closer and closer, and Myanmar held their speed and managed to push Philippines and force them to tack out. Now they're following, also tacking. They're all going towards the right side of the course now.
Yeah, Myanmar right now also attacking right alongside Team Philippines in order to not let them go off by themselves. So the two boats on the right over there that we're seeing, that would be Vietnam and Korea, are now, here we are on board. Vietnam now are coming back, and they're going to be coming back together with Philippines, Myanmar. So interesting. Let's see what happens here as all four boats come back together. We'll see if there was an advantage for these boats. Look at Vietnam right there giving a hard time to South Korea. South Korea in a really difficult position here. Most likely South Korea is going to have to attack away as they're receiving bad air from Vietnam. Vietnam in a very powerful position right now. They just got to keep their boat moving and not focus too much on going too high to the wind.
We can see how close Team South Korea is getting to the stern of Team Vietnam right now. We see the tacticians and the helm looking over their shoulder as they're converging really close. And they're just trying to hold their lane, hold their speed. And South Korea is wondering if they can manage to build up enough speed to roll over the top. But it looks very tight here. And this is going to be a make or break between whether South Korea has to tack out or not.
Yeah, there's no question about it. South Korea will not be able to roll over Vietnam. So they're going to have at a certain point tack out. And if they're not on the lane line, they definitely have the opportunity to do that. I would like to see, though, how this is going on between these boats and the boats over on the left-hand side. These two boats, though, they were fighting really hard against one another and really putting in a high mode, which is definitely going to slow them down. So this is a big advantage for these two teams over on the left-hand side right now, Myanmar and the Koreans here. Philippines.
It looks like at the moment there's two battles going on almost, don't you agree, Jan? It looks like there's the right-hand side between Vietnam and South Korea that are very close together, and then there's Myanmar and Philippines a little bit further, but if they were to attack, they will be coming closer together again.
I really had the impression that Myanmar and Philippines, they do not want to fight with one another right now. They kind of want to keep it until the end right now. I think that's why these two boats aren't sailing so close to one another right now and are not so interested in fighting with one another. But however, there is a huge rivalry between these two groups. And these guys, Myanmar and Philippines, have been sailing against each other for the last 20 years. And there are stories that go back to the SEA Games of 2005 when they were sailing in the 470s class between Jim Lee, Ridge Lee, who's on this boat, and him right there, the captain of this team, and Team Myanmar. So they know each other very well, these two boats, and they've been fighting for years and years and years against one another. It really is. It's a battle within a battle right here between these two boats, Philippines and Myanmar. A lot of respect for one another, but these guys have been battling against one another for years now.
That's a long way back, and it really just goes to show that if these two teams have been sailing and competing against each other for so long, that how much experience they both have in sailing itself. So really, we've got some top-level sailors and athletes on board right now.
Yeah, and of course they're all sailing against one another, but to have this particular rivalry that we've only found out recently about. I mean, the Philippines didn't go and scream this out on top of the roof or anything, and neither did Myanmar. But we found out. We found out the ears were listening.
A bit of insider information or talking with them out on the paddock.
Yeah, for sure. Because they tell you these stories. They love we all love fighting against one another, right? When we're out there on the water and stuff, and there's all these stories and rivalries and stuff. It just makes the sailing really great. Myanmar right now have had to tack away and go off to the right-hand side. So it looks like the Philippines did a really good job right there. It looked like Myanmar was in the lead earlier. Right now it looks super, super close. Myanmar going to attack the lee bow right now. Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam has got a lot of speed, so it looks like perhaps Team Vietnam rolling over Team Myanmar. Oh, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Myanmar right now has got to put in a low mode in order to not have Vietnam roll over them, because that could spell disaster, perhaps going from second to fourth right now as the Philippines tack over. They'll be on a port tack coming in right now. Let's see, are they going to be able to pass in front of everybody? This is going to be very close, but I think they can do it. Philippines will pass. All right, the Philippines have passed right now in front of Myanmar as they're going to pass in front of Vietnam. Well, okay, that's done. And now Team Korea, they're going to tack on top of Team Korea. Well, what a good move right there from the Philippines as we're getting closer to this windward mark. This is an unbelievable moment as we have all 4 boats coming into the windward mark right there. The boat furthest to the right-hand side, that's Myanmar. Are they going to be able to make it right now at that buoy? It's looking very, very tough for them as they're going to have to go really high and slow. Philippines just being able to bear away. They have the right of way right there. Oh, perhaps they've gone too far. They've gone, and the massive touch. The sails have touched up at the top. So perhaps we will get a protest and a penalty right there, as it seems to me that Team Myanmar went too high. I hear a whistle going on right there. What is... So, all right, so there's a protest coming from the Philippine boat. It looks like the 3 boats in the back have stopped. Oh, we've got an issue right now on the Vietnamese boat right there as the leeward runner is not going to be able to go around. No, it looks like there has been a protest for Team Philippines, and that's probably for having gone too far, going past head to wind as they tried to luff. No, that was Myanmar. So we'll have to exactly get the reasons for why they went around. But take a look at this. Now Vietnam has managed to get out in front, and Vietnam is currently our leader right now. First time Vietnam goes around as in first place, and they're the first ones to put their spinnaker up, first ones to take the jib down, and first ones to have a full kite. So Team Vietnam doing a phenomenal job right now, taking the lead here on race number 3 as we go around the windward mark for the first time.
Wow, that was so much action going on just now at the upwind mark. Did you see how close these boats were getting? It's incredible. 4 boats with their masts even touching the sails. That was super tight between Myanmar and Philippines just now. I believe it was Myanmar, they were just managing to squeeze in, and Philippines came a little bit too low, which caused their sail to touch the mast, and they had to do a penalty. And just incredible how aggressive these boats are being at the moment, because it's so tight and they're all trying to fight for every meter they can.
I love that move that the Philippines did just before they arrived, to tack on top of everybody and place themselves. That was a really good move by the Philippines. And oh boy, Myanmar, they got lucky right there, because they were going head to wind. Woo, a lot of action right there, and a great job right there on the Vietnamese team. That's the best I've ever seen them hoist their spinnaker. Let's take a replay. Let's look at what happened. This is good news. Let's take a look here as all 4 boats arriving at the weather mark. The boat to the right there having just such a hard time. Vietnam also in the mix right there. See how straight their mast is. Look at the top. Look at the top. The sails are going to be touching one another right there. And it's, that's why a penalty. Philippines for touching the top of the mast of Team Myanmar. And right there, just all teams just slowed right up. And that's why the Philippines had to do a 360. Looks like the Philippines right here do their penalty turn. So they're going to start with a jibe first. And then they put in their attack. But look at Vietnam on the left-hand side right there. They had a little bit of an issue as well, bearing away. Oh, you're right. So much stuff happening. But this is great. It's not out of control. It's just a lot of things happening at the same time. So great speed for everybody. So no, there was no real big difference between going to the left and to the right on the windward mark.
And that was just so good to see, because it looked like on the first upwind that there was quite a bit of separation between these 2 battles that were going on. But the fact that they both managed to come together at the top mark and put on such a show for us.
Yeah, what a nice hoist too as well. Some of these, good job. Yeah, that was really, it was a show. Absolutely. Great show. So we're back to the live images here as we have a split again. Look at the top of your screen. We got 2 boats going off to the right-hand side of the racing area. And here on the left-hand side, we have Korea, Vietnam duking it out right now. So a very powerful position right here for Vietnam. Is South Korea going to be able to pass in front? They should be, and there's not going to be any protest from Team Vietnam. So let's see what's going on over here. Nope, no protest. And a jibe now from Team Vietnam. Let's hope all of this goes well. Doesn't look too bad. A little bit slower than South Korea, but I think it's all right.
It's interesting to see that the battle is still remaining the same between the two teams, even despite this close contact at the upwind mark. It's still between South Korea and Vietnam towards the left side of the course, and Philippines and Myanmar towards the right side of the course again.
Yeah, absolutely. I could tell right there. Let's take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen. Leaderboard right now, Philippines with 11 points. Myanmar has got 9 points. Korea has got 5 and 4. Oh, look at that. The jib is in the water right there for the team Korea. So that's what we were talking about earlier. It's unfortunately, but it's not going to. It's not really going to slow them down right there.
No, so I mean, it's not going to fall off. You could see that it's staying on the boat. Of course, at this moment, they look quite powered up, and maybe that's why they're opting to keep the weight out as much as possible. But they definitely don't want to keep that dragging for too long. You know, if they have an opportunity, they might want to take it to bring the jib back into the boat, because you could see the wash coming off of that jib at the moment in comparison to Vietnam with a really nice, tidy boat.
Nice tidy boat, and it looks like they've got a lot of speed right there on Team Vietnam. They've definitely have got another setup because they're going faster than the Korean boat right now. So let's see what happens right there with Team Korea. But here, take a look at the distance between our two leaders over on the right-hand side of the race course right over there, and only 62 meters between those two boats. The others are quite far behind.
And it was such a close rounding. It's this was just the difference between going on a different side of the course just now, which extended this lead so much, 300 meters almost from just the upwind mark.
Okay, so starboard tack is Team Philippines. They have the right of way there over Team Myanmar. Myanmar just passing right behind them. Now, both these boats will be arriving down at the leeward gate. Another opportunity for disaster and mayhem to occur. Let's see what's going to happen as both of these boats are going to be coming down into the leeward gates. So perhaps we'll see, but I think Myanmar right now putting up their jib because they feel as though they have the correct trajectory. Philippines, I don't know. Are they going to have to put in another jibe here, you think, Alex? Or you think they can make it in the low mode?
Well, it's going to be very low for Philippines at this from this angle here. But we saw they already had their jib up. I'm wondering, okay, they're taking their kite down quite early. And Myanmar is coming from behind at a slightly better angle with a bit more pace behind them. So it's going to be very interesting.
You know, Alex, this is really interesting. Look at boat number 2 here. If they do a clean mark rounding, then they'll keep their speed. We have seen boats that did not do this mark rounding very well and have lost a lot of speed. So we'll see if they're able to do that. Or perhaps the boat that's behind Myanmar right now can keep their speed up and pass or catch up to the Philippines. But it looks like the Philippines went out high, and so did Myanmar. So no real big advantage to Myanmar boat right there.
So very difficult cross just now between Philippines and Myanmar as they were coming down to the leeward marks. It was really, they tried to play it safe, really pushing it for Philippines to go low with an early drop, and Myanmar keeping the kite up a little bit longer. Now we have South Korea coming.
South Korea have been consistently dropping late and going a little bit further than what they used to, and that's really too far right there. You see they've gone further. And now they're going to try to go up into the wind, and the spinnaker hasn't gone down. This is potentially a disaster right here. So they need to go. They need to do it a little bit earlier. You see that spinnaker right there is totally not in, and the bowsprit is still out on that boat over there to the right-hand side, and it's potentially means for a penalty from the jury. Depending on what happened yesterday, I know there were 2 penalties given for the bowsprit still being out. So The jury is really on it for that, as we see now. Team Vietnam doing. I didn't see the drop, but it looked pretty clean, seeing as everything's already back in the boat.
So that was a very different approach from South Korea. They by far went the furthest down and pushed it as close as they could with the drop. A little bit too late even, as they weren't able to take the kite and secure it before going around the mark, whereas the other three teams, they dropped the kite nice and early. It's strong breeze and they want to play it a little bit safer.
Here we see Philippines, Myanmar. They've already just put in 2 tacks. We were concentrated on the others as they were going around the leeward gate, and now here we're back with our 2 leaders, and they're really sticking to one another. Myanmar was the first one to tack off to the right-hand side, and then the Philippines followed as they are first again to go to the right-hand side. And so we saw the Philippines really trying to stick with them. There we go. Here comes the Philippines. So Philippines just making sure they're staying between their objective and their opponent right now, and making sure that Myanmar is not going anywhere. It's really important that right now the Philippines just sails smoothly and stays in that position between themselves and Myanmar in order to keep those points up there on the leaderboard, as right now Philippines is currently in the lead, and if they were to finish in these standings right now, they would have 11 points. Myanmar 9, Korea 5, Vietnam 4. So there is a little bit of a battle going on between Korea and Vietnam, as we saw they were all tied up before we got into this third race here for this Group A. Right now, it's important that Myanmar can overtake the Philippines in order to have a little bit of a battle, in order to get to the front.
It seems like Philippines had a really good job on their downwind, especially since they had to do their penalty right at the top mark, but they managed to bring it back during that downwind leg and bring themselves back into first place, and Myanmar's going to have to fight hard to take that lead again.
Yeah, as we see that it's definitely choppy out there, as we see that there's a lot of spray on those jibs right there. It's going quite high, and they're smacking into those waves. So it looks relatively flat out there, but I guarantee you it's definitely not easy. The wind is a little bit less than yesterday, so that's a good thing. We're not seeing the teams struggle today with their sailboats. Yesterday they were having a hard time just going upwind.
They definitely look a lot more organized and a little bit more prepared for what's to come with their day of racing yesterday. The kites, although maybe not perfect yet for all the teams, there was a lot better performance with the hoists and the drops. South Korea still need working to step their game up with the drops, but they're still in contention with Vietnam at the moment.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Vietnam sailing so well. This is by far the best race that they've sailed. They were here in the SEA Games as well, and just like Myanmar, these are 2 teams that they don't have boats like this in their country. So congratulations to both of those teams for really doing a great job, having to learn how to sail on a boat with 10 people. It's not that common to have fully carbon fibered race boats for them to be able to practice on. That's just not the way it is. It's already hard just getting boats that are more than 30 feet long.
The work that they've had to put in over the past few weeks between managing the team and also learning the boats to now being able to race and be in the mix with the other boats during this event is really great to see, and it just shows how hard they are working to learn how to sail this boat even better and better each day, and put themselves on the leaderboards and put Vietnam on the list as a country with great sailors.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to do so, and they must be getting tired as well, because they've been sailing nonstop now for 9 days almost. So a lot of sailing. Physically, it's got to be they've got to be worn out, but technically they're getting much better.
definitely. Technically, they have improved drastically, and you could see their technique is improving each time, and they're definitely in the mix with everyone else right now.
Right now, here as we're looking on board, Team Myanmar right there, not quite having had time yet to clean up all those ropes. They're going to have to do so before they get to the windward mark, as those are the spinnaker sheets, those pink ones that you're seeing on the floor right there. And they're going to be using that to go back downwind, so they got to make sure that's cleaned up, but cleaned up only before they get to the weather mark. So they've still got a little bit of time to get that clean.
We also saw a little bit earlier that they had another sheet, which we don't usually see out on the boat from Team Myanmar, which was their jib halyard also on the deck there, and that's a lot of rope and another additional thing that they need to be wary of before the next upwind rounding if they decide to drop the jib.
Yeah, that's a 3-to-1 system, that jib halyard, and the mast is 20 meters tall, so you can imagine the amount of rope which is just lying down at the bottom of the boat. So a lot of things could get caught up in all of that, in those 60 meters of rope. So they definitely need to make sure that everything's clean. There we go. We're looking at the pitman right there, getting ready to change the runners, the pressure on the runners here for Filipina. They tack over, and real quick tack, and we see the whole team getting back up to the windward side right there, getting a little bit of purchase and making sure that the boat is not heeling too much and the mast is as straight as possible.
It's so nice to see the timing of the teams as they're going through the tack. You could see as one person on the leeward side is pulling on the jib sheets, you can see someone on the windward side is just stripping off the sheet just in time so that it's perfect to prevent the jib from flapping too much.
Yeah, you could tell some of them have a really good technique. I was impressed earlier as we were watching Oman, and I watched Ipti as she took the sheet off of the winch. And there's a way to do it by pulling it straight up in the air, and it just comes off immediately. And she did it super well. I'm not seeing everybody doing the same thing. So it's the little details, it's the little things, and that's probably why they won 4 races in a row. But no, they're really doing a great job. Let's take a look here. These are so position 3 and 4, Korea, Vietnam. Off to the right-hand side, right there, as we see Vietnam tried to go off to the left-hand side, found out that it really wasn't working out for them, so they came back off to the right-hand side. What do you think tactically of going off to the left and coming back to the right?
Well, it's hard to see from here what the wind is doing exactly, but for Philippines and Myanmar who decided to do that, it's definitely paid off. However, Korea, they had a long distance separating them and Myanmar and Philippines earlier on. However, they've gone to the right, and they've definitely closed this gap again. So it's we could argue that it is paying off for South Korea and Vietnam at the moment.
Yeah, and that's what we saw also in the last race, as one of the boats went off to the right-hand side, and it was definitely made some great gains.
There was a nice little wave from, I believe, the pit as they were coming across the boat to the camera. They know we're watching and looking forward to all the action that's to start happening as they approach.
It's a good moment to wave as you're coming in first place to the windward mark.
That's definitely the time to do it.
Good choice. Good timing. Philippines, after 30 minutes of racing, are now arriving for the second time at the windward mark. And as we see them bear away right here, look like they're in no big rush. It's definitely not the same scene that we had earlier, as all 4 boats were coming in at the same time. Here comes Myanmar in second place, as we see them bear away from the windward mark. Now, here comes the oh so crucial moment of hoisting the kite right here for Team Philippine. As a nice bearway mast, nice and straight up. Oh, up, a little bit of an issue right there with the spinnaker not being able to fill up right away. We're a good 4 or 5 boat lengths away and still don't have the spinnaker nice and full. All right, here we go now. Now, let's see if Myanmar can do a better job, and they do. Look at that. Only 2 boat lengths right there. Whoa, lots of power from Myanmar. They really need to get that boat flat and accelerating. There we go. Look, on top of it, on top. They're right on a wave. So, good job right there. A lot of speed for Team Myanmar. That'll have changed a lot in terms of catching up with Philippines. Further back behind, Korea right now, as they are hoisting as well their kites. Oh, look, Myanmar just put in a jibe right there. So much faster than Team Philippines. There looks like Myanmar right there is riding over the top of Team Philippines. So this potentially could be a change here in leadership position as Philippines and Myanmar really battling it out in front there. Oh, and Alex, have you seen what's going on here with Team South Korea?
They've got another massive twist on the hoist. This is really not what they needed, but you know, this is two times in a row that they've had this issue occur, and it's just it's not good for them. They've got 2 twists. Their attack was out a bit late with the hoist, and they really need it up to catch up with Myanmar at the moment.
Yeah, however, this team does sail really well in strong conditions. They were out here for a practice that was organized by the SSL just 2 weeks ago. And really, Korea is a team that likes to sail in heavy air. But here is the battle right now, as we saw a really good, from Myanmar, a really good rounding of the offset mark right there at the top of the race course, and put in a super good jibe, which has allowed them to come back. And as we're watching right now, Myanmar is rolling over the Philippines, stealing their wind. There was only 20 meters in it, and it looks like right now Myanmar is coming back, and they're just about to roll over the top of the Philippines. So Philippines right now, they're 4 meters away from losing their lead. And there it is. As soon as Myanmar is back in the leader points right now, you see a provisional overall, 10 points. Myanmar, 10 points, Philippines. It's a crucial moment right here for Myanmar and for the Philippines. If Myanmar can finish first in this race, well, then they've tied it up at the front, and a possibility tomorrow to get that so coveted ticket to the road to Rio, the Rio Games next year in 2026. The SSL, the Gold Cup, will be over there, and this is what these teams are qualifying for, the Asian qualifiers right now. So really, really important. Look at this, Myanmar now 20 meters ahead. They've gone from 20 meters back to 20 meters ahead. Good job right there.
They've just had a really good performance. From the moment they hoisted their kite, they had their jib down early just to get the kite filling, even faster than Philippines, who decided to leave the jib up a little bit late. And it's really paid off for Myanmar. Now they're taking the lead. They're going a little bit faster and almost lower than the Philippines, and managing to roll over the top, which is not an easy task to achieve. And it's going to be really tight, especially if this leaves them with tied points going into tomorrow, where it's going to be double points as well.
Yeah, tomorrow's a double point day, the golden day. But right now, what we're looking at are these 2 teams battling it out. Remember, the Philippines and the Myanmar, that's been 20 years that they've been fighting against one another. It's the first time they're on these boats, but it's been 20 years of big, long, hard fights between these 2 teams. They're really good friends. They appreciate each other very much. But the battle is on, I can tell you. There's no way the Philippines are going to let Myanmar get past, and there's no way Myanmar is going to get Philippines to come back. So let's see what happens here, as less than 1,000 meters to get down to the finishing line. I would like, if we can zoom out just a little bit, just to see how many more jibes we're going to have to do before we get out to the buoy here on the right-hand side. So just so we get an idea of where we're going. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to be putting in at least one more jibe in here. So, oh, here we go. Myanmar has put in a jibe. They are on starboard. They have the right of way. Philippines now putting in a jibe. The Philippines are upwind of Myanmar, so perhaps the Philippines can now roll over Myanmar. Oh, no, what's going on there? They've just lost the sheet, and they just lost the pressure. That was a super important moment right there for the Philippines in order to be able to roll over Myanmar, but Myanmar staying in there. They've got a lot of pressure right now. Alex, look at that. They're heading up right now, so defending their position right now for Myanmar. 500 meters, a little bit less than 500 meters away, so it's a really crucial moment. This could be a moment where Team Philippines could roll over and steal the wind. I'm not quite sure they're going to be able to do that. What do you think, Alex?
That was a crucial moment, as you say, the fact that they lost their spinnaker just during the jibe. But, we saw from a couple moments ago that one great surf on the waves can give them a 10-meter boost. So, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough now.
It's going to be one more jibe here. There's going to be one more jibe. Here comes the Philippine with one more jibe. Now, if Myanmar can put in this jibe and have no problems, then it looks like they're probably going to take the wind. Philippines did a good job. They're not having any issues. Philippines is coming back with a lot of speed right now. I think it's going to be okay. Do we have a twist now in the spinnaker for Myanmar? No, it's fine. Myanmar gets the spinnaker out and manages to get some speed as Myanmar goes across the finishing line and ties up the game right now. So it's 10 points everywhere. Philippine, 10 points. And Myanmar, 10 points right now. Oh, very exciting. We got one more race coming up. Good job right there on Team Myanmar being able to reel in the Philippine boat as they managed to roll over them and bring back the score to a tie up in the front. Oh, how close is this? Now, here as we have Team South Korea. No issues right now for them as they are strolling in, crossing the finishing line right now, just only a couple of seconds behind the Philippines. There we go as they cross the line, and following boat is going to be Team Vietnam, which is a little bit further back. So about 39 seconds behind the Philippine boat was Team Korea. And as we see here, Vietnam coming into the picture and about to cross the finishing line. So a real nice race for Team Vietnam right there, getting themselves into the mix and battling hard as they were leading at one point. So that's good. We're seeing Team Vietnam getting more and more to the front of the fleet and putting in a battle with the three other boats. And wow, what a battle that was between our first two boats, Myanmar and Team Philippine. Here is Vietnam about to cross the starting line. The finishing line. What good speed they have right there. They're just smoothly go across the finishing line. So 37 minutes for Myanmar to go around the race course. And here now comes Vietnam. Only a little bit less than 2 minutes after Myanmar has crossed. So nice, nice and tight. Fleet right there going through the finishing line. Right now, Vietnam is going to be taking down their spinnaker. The others will be taking down the front sail as they just wait just for one moment as should there be any changes with the front sail or not. That will depend on what race committee and especially what the shore crew says. So right now we're just waiting to see what's going to be happening and what is the decision that is going to be made by a race committee. But first, let's take a look here as 4 points for Team Myanmar, 3 for the Philippines, 2 for South Korea, and 1 point for Team Vietnam in this race number 3. Let's see what that converts into as we look at the overall results here after 3 races. So 10 points, as you see, for Myanmar, 10 points for the Philippines, and South Korea and Vietnam 5 and 4. So we definitely got 2 battles on our hands right there. One is for the qualification and the absolutely coveted golden ticket to go to the Rio SSL Gold Cup in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil next year. And this is what all these teams are fighting for. Only one boat out of this Group A will be qualified to go on to the finals in Brazil in 2026. So 3 more races. We've got 1 more race this afternoon, race number 4 for this group, and that's what we're waiting for right now, as we have Carolina, which is on board Team Myanmar.
Hello, welcome. Yes, I'm here on board with SSL Team Myanmar, and honestly speaking, I'm a huge fan of this match racing battle between you and SSL Team Philippines. How do you feel after this wonderful win?
Yeah. We were lucky on this one. Philippines held their ground the whole race, did everything right. It came down to, I think, that one last jibe, that first jibe that we both did, and I think we executed a little better. And once we got bow in front and we were able to pick up the pressure first, we were able to close the gap like was done to us yesterday.
And the first round, the first mark, you guys gave us a lot of drama because the 4 boats together rounding the first mark, but the SSL Team Philippines get the penalty.
Yeah, I think it was a mark room penalty. I think they were the outermost boat. They tacked in the zone, and they have to give the other 2 boats overlapped around. So I don't think the penalty was with us, but I think it might have been with the other boat that I'm pretty sure got squeezed out, and could have been a avoiding contact that penalty as well. So yeah, I think that was the call.
Yeah, and the last jibe of you guys, of the SSL Team Myanmar, it was a little bit, I don't know, it was a little bit late, but a lot of nerves in front of the finishing line.
Yeah, well, what happened was we kind of wrapped the Jenniker sheet the wrong way around the winch, and we found out while jibing, but fortunately we were close enough for that not to affect the outcome. And so, yeah, it was definitely a lucky race, and there's definitely someone looking over our shoulder on this one.
Okay, perfect. So good luck for the next race, and fingers crossed for you.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Congratulations, C2, to you and your whole team for that wonderful race win. And what a good way to come back. So it's not over till it's over. And we saw right there, Alex, just one good move, or shall we say a better move than than your opponent, and you can be out in front.
It really was neck and neck right until the last 500 meters between Philippines and Myanmar. They were super close, and it was just from that last jibe that sealed the deal.
Right, Alex, let's take a look at the replay here of this very exciting race number 3 for this group. And then we'll have a quick break, and we'll be back for the last race of the day, second race of this group.
speed. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I invite the local school with a lot of SSL sailors from many different countries here who care for the ocean and planet.
Some photos shows really some bad image. We are leaving our trash and plastic in the land, so they definitely going to the sea, and we losing fish and we losing lots of things on the ocean.
And I think a lot of people have no idea that their own action is affect the ecosystem and the whole world. So we need to come and clean up together and clean up the beach. Today I'm really excited. We want to take care of the ocean. So let's do that together. You know, use what you have. And the problem I've seen is the single-use plastic bag, single-use bottle, straw. There's so many. Do we really need? No. Because if we don't think, it's gonna come back and hurt all of us. Stop using plastic bag. That's the number one.
We can work together and then clean up around here.
With these kids, and we also the Korean team, the other countries' team. So it's very good experience.
We're gonna separate the trash and put the cigarette butts and the metal in different places and plastic cap in different places. And we will put on the scale, bring what we can recycle to the factory, which is nearby. We produce something, reuse it.
Today has been a great opportunity for the event, for the SSL, for all the people here to meet some people from Thailand, local, and to go and do this beautiful plan. So it's a great opportunity for all of us.
The kids did their great job this morning, remove a lot of trash like they didn't want to stop. And so they deserve to have a look at this beautiful boat after hard working. I'm really happy to see so many people come together and help support us clean up the beach and manage to inspire everyone to do the good thing, to take care of the planet together.
Welcome to the fourth and last day of sailing in these 33rd SEA Games in Pattaya, Thailand. Today is the day we find out who will be on the podium. Before the races even began, the tone was set with all boats boasting their pre-race intimidation tactics. In the end, Thailand managed to place themselves the best and arrive first at the weather mark. Malaysia arrived last at the windward mark and started a full-on battle between themselves, Myanmar and Philippines. Myanmar and the Philippines are going back and forth, exchanging third and fourth place. Overall, Thailand finishes first, Malaysia second, and Myanmar third.
For me, it's a speechless because it's very honors to be with the team that we know each other for so long time. We are like a family, and we very honors to have Her Majesty on board. And this is like a history of sport and sailing. I feel like this is the best of my life that I make this. We, the team, Thailand team, everyone make this happen.
We are fighting for the goal with Thai all the week. We give them a good battle. I'm sure that the team need to be proud of themselves, head high. We will come back again next time we be in Malaysia. We will bring in this event to Malaysia, and we try to do our best there and try to get the goal there.
It's a perfect opportunity to let the kids and the young sailors here in Thailand really experience this, because if you see it, you can believe it. So that's what I thought we could do here. So can you imagine this? They sail on a dinghy, and that's all the sailing experience is on a dinghy. And when they're sailing on a big boat like an SSL 47 with the Thai team that won the gold medal, you could see the smiles, and it's something just you cannot. It's such a valuable and precious experience for them. You show the pathway very early on in a young sailor's experience, and then suddenly in their heads they say, "Oh, I want something bigger. I want something faster. I want more challenge." And you start at a very young age, so they have a roadmap. So this is perfect. These boats are safe, they're fast, they're impressive, and for a young kid who just sails a dinghy, my goodness, So putting on them was the right decision, and you could see all the smiles this morning.
I've spent 47 years competing and training in the Thai Sea, and I noticed that the last 30 years, there were so much ocean trash. So what we're gonna do with the ocean trash? Can anyone help me with the idea? Me and many friends, we trying very hard to solve this problem. That's why we create this place. It's called Community Enterprise of Ban Ampere. We collect ocean trash and recycle into, for example, this flower pot and many other things. So please help us solve the problem. Reduce, reuse, and recycle with us.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here for race number 5, Fleet A, and I have sitting right next to me Alex Freifel. Alex, you are from Team Thailand. Hello, how are you doing?
Very well, thanks, Jan. It's great to be here again for race 4 of Group A. It's been a lot of excitement in the previous race, and we're ready for more action out on the race course.
It sure has been. As we look here at the provisional overall, you see we have 2 teams totally locked up in points. Myanmar, Philippines right there, so tied in first place, and only one team of this group will be qualified for the SSL Gold Cup next year in Rio, Brazil. So interesting race that we're about to have right now. Perhaps, we'll definitely have a tiebreaker for sure. So as we are looking at the images live from on the water right now, we are just a little bit more than 3 minutes before the start of this race, as we currently have 14 to 16 knots out there on the water. Wind direction hasn't changed, so that's been very nice. We've had this northwesterly breeze coming in all day long. It's nice and, well, you say cold, but it's 31 degrees. This is the Thailand winter. And so nice and sunny, 31 degrees, and we're about to get things rolling. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes and 45 seconds before the beginning of this race, as we see boats jostling for position, as Vietnam right now cruising back towards the others in order to get themselves ready for a start in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Jan, do you think it's going to be the similar battle that we saw in the previous race against Myanmar and Philippines, or are they going to go separate ways?
I don't know. We saw all 4 boats arriving exactly at the same time at the windward mark on the last race, on the first windward beat. So I don't really know what's going to be happening here. We did see that South Korea didn't have the greatest start last time, yet they were in the mix when we got to the windward mark. So perhaps we'll have a little bit less fighting, perhaps, and all boats just trying to get off the line without any issues. We definitely did see them. Did see a big battle just before the start, trying to slow everybody down, or was that Korea that was trying to slow everybody down? The Philippines on the last one. In any case, they were battling hard. There was a big battle last time. Let's see what's going to happen this time. I'm not quite sure. 1 minute 30 seconds, as we see here the boats circling around one another. They're going to be getting closer and closer to that line. It looks like Vietnam is saying, nope, I don't want to be in the mix with all you other guys over there. So they're sort of taking their time and getting back to the line slowly, as we see them now tacking and going back and trying to place themselves above all the others. So Vietnam right now is the closest to the line. We've got 52 seconds left, so they're closest to the line, but we're still not so close to the line.
Exactly, and they don't want to be too close to the line too early, otherwise all the other boats behind them, as we see right now, they're going to be speeding ahead, and they've got the opportunity to come from below them and give them some trouble, as we see South Korea and Vietnam getting very close right now as they're approaching the start line 30 seconds before the gun.
It's important that Vietnam doesn't stall their boat right here, and they need to bear away, as we're seeing right now South Korea doing a good job of trying to... So South Korea playing aggressive and definitely giving Vietnam, giving them a hard time, but that leaves the Philippines all alone by themselves. The Philippine boats early. They got to lose a little bit of speed, all right? That's good, did a good job, but... Woo! Just going across. Oh, did they go? Was South Korea over the line early? Let's look at the race committee boat right now and see if there's a flag up in the race committee. There is not. So it looks like a clear start right there from South Korea. Wow, I thought they were over, Alex.
That was a very tight start from both the Philippines and South Korea. Nearly over the line, just managing to clinch it and hold their boat below the line until the last minute. That left South Korea with a very clean lane, and so is the same for the Philippines.
See Vietnam right there. They South Korea luffed them so hard. They literally stopped South Korea just before the start, and that's why they had a hard time gaining some speed. So right there, Vietnam in a really tough position. They have no choice. They're going to have to tack, and that's what they're doing right now. They're putting in that tack, going off to the right-hand side, and getting some fresh, clean, unperturbed air.
So at the moment, it's between Philippines, South Korea, and Myanmar, both with quite nice, clean lanes. There's a bit of separation, so it's not going to be too much difficulty for them to get their boat speed at the moment, but we'll have to see if any of them can start putting more pressure on their opponents as they proceed on towards the windward mark, only a couple meters in between them all.
Yeah, we'll see if that distance laterally between all three of these boats actually goes down, diminishes. You see the boat on the left-hand side? He's probably going to want to roll over the other two, so he's going to be sailing a little bit lower and a little bit faster. So Philippines trying to roll over South Korea, and South Korea trying to roll over Myanmar. So all boats right now, Myanmar is in a tough spot, and because all the boats are trying to attack Myanmar. But right now, the hardest place to be is definitely going to be for South Korea, which is stuck between those two boats.
Yeah, we're going to see Myanmar. They might decide to go a little bit higher, and we also notice that Philippines is going a little bit lower and faster to put more pressure on South Korea and get them out of their way. We've got Myanmar now doing a couple small adjustments as getting very tight, still clean for Myanmar, but a very difficult position for South Korea.
Yeah, we see the distance between the Philippines and the boat in the middle right there. So Philippines all the way to the top of your screen, they're bearing down. So that's what we're talking about, that low mode. So right now, South Korea being attacked from the boat to their right. And they really don't have any place to go other than the boat, because there's got another boat to their left. So tough place right now for South Korea to be in. They can't tack because you see to their right, they've got the Philippine boat, so they don't have any room to pass behind them. Well, they're stuck right now. They just got to keep sailing fast. So it's a drag race right here between these two boats. And as we see Myanmar just being able to keep their own lane right now and trying to not have any issues. As you see, Vietnam was forced off to the right-hand side as we see them in the background over there. And it'll be interesting to see what happens as the boats come back together. But they're not too far off on Vietnam, 32 meters behind the leaders. As a matter of fact, right now they're in third place. So even though Vietnam is not sailing directly with these guys, they're definitely in the mix. It'll be interesting once again to see what happens as these three boats come back, tack over to the right-hand side, and meet up with Vietnam. What a great shot that is. I love it when you can see the bows of these boats just blasting through these waves right here. Oh, look at that. The two boats are getting closer and closer together. So are we seeing South Korea trying to fight against the Philippines? But I really have the impression South Korea is a little bit too far down. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, no, it was looking incredibly close just now between Philippines, Korea. You saw the focus in Sungwook, the helmsman's face just now, and they were getting super close. It almost looked like South Korea was going to be able to hold their ground, but just from the last view, we saw that Philippines is doing a good job of putting the pressure on them, and I'm not sure South Korea is going to be able to hold on here for much longer. We see the bow of them just slowly slipping behind in this view. This is a great view to see all three boats battling it out neck and neck.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You see how these two boats are really trying to put in sort of a high mode. And looking like right now Korea is doing a great job at being able to keep the Philippines pointing high. And just right there to the right, Myanmar just having no problems choosing their own lane right now. But they are sailing quite a bit lower than the other two. Separation has gotten wider between Team Myanmar and the South Korean boat.
Jan, what do you think about Vietnam at the moment? I mean, they're not very far away in comparison to Myanmar, but they've got clean air all the way on the right-hand side of the course. They've got no pressure from any of the other opponents. Do you think they've got a chance to put an attack and, sneak back into the lead?
All right, Alex. I'm going to say, here we go. I'm going to say Vietnam number 1 at the weather mark.
All right, you heard it first from Jan here. His ideas are on the table. We look forward to seeing if that's going to be the reality or not.
It's the one thing you probably shouldn't do is say who's going to be first at the weather mark. But I really do believe they have an opportunity, Vietnam, to be first, because we've seen in the last 3 races, boats going off to the right-hand side, really doing a great job at getting back up to the top. And on top of it, they're sailing by themselves, so they don't need to worry about having another boat stealing their wind. They're not being slowed down. All these boats right here, they were all slowing each other down. That's why I have a feeling that perhaps Vietnam could just do a nice clean tack and roll over them. On top of it, they'll be starboard, and the other guys will be on port. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I totally agree with you, Jan. I mean, the focus between these 3 boats is now fixated on those right next to each other. So it definitely is an opportunity for Vietnam. They're alone. They're sort of playing their own game. They're staying out of trouble, and they're just focusing on their own boat. They've got their own ley line, and
they're far away from the windward mark, though. I mean. So they're lining themselves up really far out on that ley line. But hey, who knows, right?
Well, it is
you can't win if you don't play, right?
Exactly. You can't win if you don't play. But it is a bit of a risk, They went all the way to the right side in only 2 tacks, And as we mentioned yesterday, it sometimes is a little bit of a gamble when you're playing like that. But the gambles can sometimes pay off.
Yeah, we said double or nothing is what we were talking about yesterday. So it's either going to pay a lot or not at all. And it is a risk because you're by yourself now. So either you've double or nothing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens right now with Vietnam, and as all teams come back together. Remember, we still have ourselves a battle here. Things have turned around, but still definitely, still Philippines, Myanmar, and Korea. And now it's Myanmar, which is stuck in the middle of the sandwich. So Myanmar here, which we are on board with, are stuck. So they've got a boat to their left, which is Korea right here. We're seeing on the right-hand side of our screen. But they've got a little bit more room. However, South Korea right there, a little bit lower, and in front is... It's not a good place for Team Myanmar. They can hold it. They're not so close. There's a good separation right here, but it's really close. Really close.
No, exactly as you say. I mean, right now they've got a clean lane, but they've still got another tack in it to get to the mark. And with Korea being slightly lower than Myanmar and Philippines, if any of these 2 boats between Myanmar and Philippines put in a tack, they'll definitely get more pressure on South Korea as they approach the mark.
So let's see, perhaps we can zoom out here and see what's going on with Vietnam, which should be coming back up on the right. They're pretty far. Okay, I was thinking they were a little closer than that. So Vietnam right now, 78 meters. I've been seeing 78 meters, 80 meters, 76 these last couple minutes. So they haven't made any real gain by going off to the right-hand side.
The only thing Vietnam has to focus on right now, Jan, is their boat speed. It's purely a boat speed game for them right now. They've got a lane for the mark, and they've just got to manage their sail trims, make it absolutely perfect, or they are going to struggle to...
Sail trim and hiking.
Exactly. Sail trim and hiking. It's a windy course at the moment.
Yeah, you saw right there the grinder just giving a hand to one of the trimmers to get back up, because once you've been out there hanging out and holding on, because they don't have anything to hold on to. They're just holding on with their hands, basically. They don't have some sort of harness or something. First of all, it's hard. Oh, look at how close they are here. Also, Philippines right now putting a world of hurt on Myanmar. We said Myanmar, that was a difficult position for them to be in, being stuck between the 2 boats. And so there you go. Myanmar right now has no choice. They're going to have to tack, but the problem is they're on the ley line right now, and looks like they're all passing in front of Vietnam. So Myanmar tacking on top of Vietnam, Philippines tacking on top of Myanmar, and who's out in front? Looks like South Korea is going to do another move, just like we did in the last one. They're going to pass in front of everybody and tack out in front. So we have once again in this fleet all 4 boats coming up to the weather mark. And Alex, I was totally wrong. Vietnam's in 4th place, not in 1st.
It was very close for them, though. We saw, I mean, the fact that they managed to bring the lead back. It's they were so close to bringing themselves into the 1st position there, but just not quite enough speed. A little bit too little, too late. And they're going to struggle now to hold their lane because there's 3 boats to the windward side of them, and all that bad air is going to be feeding straight down into their sails.
Yeah, look at the difference between the masts. You see how Vietnam's mast is much straighter than everybody else's? Well, that's because they've got no air coming into their sails because it's being blocked by these 3 boats. So a difficult position right now. Vietnam is going to lose. They've already lost 30 meters. And here we go, as we see a bear way now from Team South Korea, just followed right behind by Team Philippines and Myanmar. Vietnam only 3 boats behind Myanmar, so they're getting ready now. Let's see what happens. We saw earlier, Alex, right, as we saw Myanmar being able to do a really good job at hoisting their spinnaker. And so that is really their strongest point right now. Team Myanmar, they've proven that they can put their spinnakers up faster and better than everybody else. So right now it looks like South Korea, the spinnaker's up, but it's not full. Same thing now with the Philippines. And now let's take a look here at the spinnaker. I love it. Myanmar, bam! All right, the spinnaker is already full. Lots of power right now. So we see the Philippines making a jibe early, but they've got no speed, so that's not really going to affect them. Look here, Myanmar right now is putting the attack on here. South Korea perhaps rolling over the top of South Korea and stealing their wind. If South Korea doesn't do anything to defend their position, which would be to luff and not let Myanmar go past, Myanmar is going to steal the wind of South Korea. South Korea now realizing that Myanmar is coming down on them. Here we go. South Korea is trying to defend by luffing, and then comes in a jibe right now from Myanmar, which forces the South Korean team to put in a jibe. Let's see who can get the boat out flatter. Oh no! Myanmar right now has to get that spinnaker under control in order to be able to go faster. Oh, big luff coming in right now from South Korea. So South Korea trying to luff Myanmar and make them respond. I think they did, so I don't see how there could be a penalty right there. But let's take a look at the left-hand side right now as we've got the jury boat, which is just off to the left. And are they going to give a green or a red flag? Yep, so we heard whistles, but we didn't hear the flag. Basically, what happened here is that South Korea is trying to protest Myanmar, and they did so by raising a small little red flag. And you see that blue motorboat on the left-hand side of your screen? That's the jury. If the jury says, yes, you're right, they'll put up a red flag. If he says, nope, there was no infringement of any rule, they'll put up a green flag. We didn't see what flag, but apparently nothing is going on. So I'm guessing it was a green flag, Alex.
I think that must have been the case. But, you know, in between all this commotion going on towards the left-hand side of the course with South Korea and Myanmar, Philippines, they went in with an early jibe, and now they have taken the lead once again. So really good choice and tactical call from the Filipinos just now. Now they're going to be clear of any dangers from the other boats. They're just focusing on getting the boat going. And now we have an onboard cam with South Korea as they battle it out with Myanmar to their windward side.
What would you do in this position right now if you're Myanmar and you're trying to get back up to the front?
So, I mean, in this case, it's, you know, there's quite a bit of separation between them. But right now, you'd be thinking about trying to cover the wind of the South Korean boat right now to try and get one opponent out of the way. You wouldn't want to be sailing too high. You still want to go low. And it's hard to say because you've got to focus on what's important at that moment. And right now, the closest competition is South Korea for Team Myanmar.
I totally 100% agree with you. Get rid of South Korea. That's one less boat you have to fight against, and you can start concentrating on the speed in order to catch back up to the Philippines. So right now we've got ourselves a battle between Korea and Myanmar as these two boats right here that we're looking at. And that's why the jury boat, that blue motorboat right there, that's why he's staying right there, because this is where the battle is at right now, is Myanmar trying to roll over the guys in white down there, South Korea, and be able to steal their wind to get out in front. We have also the Philippine boat, which is out in front right now, trying to put in a low mode. As we see Team Philippines that are probably going to have to put in a jibe. So these three boats that you have on screen right now, this is where all the action is going to be. Remember, this is the first time they're going downwind in this race, so that means that they'll be getting to that leeward gate where we know all sorts of things can happen. On board here, Team Myanmar, as we're seeing the grinder, just grinding every once in a while to get a little bit more power into that sail. Great picture here as we see the three boats coming together. Here South Korea is on a port tack. See Philippines have the right of way as they're on starboard tack right now. So depending on what tack you are is the way you're receiving the wind from the side of the boat you're receiving.
This is going to be a critical moment for South Korea as well, because with the given points coming into the second race of the day, they really need to get good points here in order to be in contention for tomorrow's racing with the double points, because they still have a chance here, and they've got to fight for every single point they can get.
Now we've seen that the jury boats are now coming back together here, so we've got a whole bunch of jury boats, one here on the left-hand side, one in the back of your screen over there. So everybody really making sure as these boats, everybody knows this is the place, this is the spot where you can make it or break it. So it'll be very interesting as we see these boats now coming in. Here we are, all three boats on a starboard tack as they're coming down towards the gate. We have two gates. They can choose the gate they want to go around. They can either go around the left-hand side or the right-hand side, depending on where they want to come back up into the when they're upwind. There you see the yellow triangle in the water just in front of the boat over there. Now there's two of them, one to each side of the sail. They can choose which one they want to go to. So we'll see what the Philippines decide to do. So we're going to see them drop in their kite. Just it's a real important moment right now. They don't want to rush it, but they definitely want to do a good job and get it in the boat as late and as fast as possible. Now let's see South Korea. South Korea dropped it way too late last time and had all sorts of issues. It looks like that's Philippine right now. So South Korea doing a little bit of a better job trying to drop early. Wow, that is a super, super early drop right now from the Myanmar boat right there. Not taking any risks whatsoever. So everybody being very, very careful to not put any spinnakers in the water as these guys finished very close. But that was a really hard turn. A lot of turning right there for Team Philippines, slowing down their boat quite a bit. As South Korea right now is managing to keep up a little bit more speed as they're going around. It turned a little bit less sharp of a turn. Now let's take a look here as Myanmar now arrives at the leeward gate. They drop their spinnaker way early just to be able to have a nice mark rounding. And they're going off to the right-hand side. So we've got ourselves a split. Here comes Vietnam, not too far behind the others, as Vietnam will be also splitting and going to the same side as Myanmar. So here we go with a jibe for Vietnam as they're going to head up right now. It's great to be able to listen to what they're saying.
Yeah, you can hear the intensity as they're going around the leeward mark at the moment. You know, there's a lot of tension. They know that they know what's on the line. You know, it's the road to Rio, and every team wants to make themselves get that golden ticket to get to the finals in Rio.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the Asian qualifiers, and then we have several other qualifiers that we'll be doing throughout the beginning of next year until we get to Rio at the end in December. Two boats from here will, out of the 7 teams that are participating here in these qualifiers, the Asian qualifiers, 2 teams will move on to Rio. Then we'll have European qualifiers. We'll have the African qualifiers and the American qualifiers as well. So a whole bunch of, we've got 10 teams that will qualify themselves to go into Rio, and we have 30 teams that are already qualified to go to Rio. So we're just figuring out here who are the last 10 teams that will be invited to the SSL Gold Cup finals in Rio next year.
And of course, you want to stay tuned to watch that racing, because that is going to be the top of all the teams that are racing. We're getting the best of the best, and it's going to be action and drama, and you don't want to miss that.
That's right. The SSL Gold Cup, the Football World Cup in sailing. 21 minutes have gone past here as we're looking at the boats going up the second time for the windward beat. As you look at the top left-hand side of your screen, you'll see the projected points. Right now, if we were to stop the race at this point, Philippines would be our leader with 14 points, followed by Myanmar with 12 points, Korea with 8, and Vietnam with 5, but everything could change because we are just barely past the halfway mark.
There's still a long way to go for every team, and every meter matters. We saw how quickly these positions can change with the different sides of the course, and it really is just about making the right tactical calls on board and keeping that boat speed up the whole way through.
As we see attack right here from the Philippine team. I have a feeling that the wind has not gone up significantly like we did see yesterday. We know it has gone up a little bit, but apparently sometimes the lull are quite low, and they're, I think, lulling to 12 knots and maxing out to 18. So there's quite a big differences out there in terms of wind pressure.
I would agree with that, and we've also seen it in the way that the teams are managing to handle their kites at the moment, because we saw from yesterday there was a lot more struggle trying to get those kites up and get them dropped down into the boat safely. Here we've seen a lot better performance in terms of that, and definitely for South Korea, they've worked hard, and they're doing a lot better with their handling of the spinnakers at the moment.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely, everybody was on the struggle bus for sure. It was real hard. We got lucky that we didn't break anything in terms of the wind. In terms of the amount of spinnakers we also saw going into the water. But a good learning day for everybody, because we haven't been seeing the same mistakes here on day 2. And what a great shot we have here.
You can
by
see
our drone operators. It's not easy to be able to stay like this right above the boat and get these great shots, but as you see here, everybody in their position and how the sails are set up, and we can see everything.
You can see just how hard South Korea is hiking out at the moment. Backs all the way out. They're looking up to the sky, fully focused on their boat and keeping that boat as flat as they can.
Yeah, as flat as they can, but there's a lot of surface area on these boats right now, and the mast is 20 meters tall. The boats weigh 3.3 tons, and we're quite close to having about 160 square meters of sail area right now. So that's a lot of sail area that you need to be able to conquer. And make sure that boat is sailing fast, and you're not slowing it down. And remember, they do not have the biggest sails. They're not sailing with the biggest sails. This is a jib right now.
Yep, it's a smaller sail for the slightly stronger wind speed, but they're managing really well. We saw just now Sung-uk at the helm, and he's got a lot of experience under his belt with big boats and keelboat racing. He's been doing it for years and years for many teams, and He's definitely showing his talent right now, keeping the boat. They're in second place at the moment. They've been swapping places here and there and working hard to keep the boat in full control the whole way through.
Yeah, it's funny. Ji-min is the captain of that team, and he sails on a fin boat. He's a really tall, super strong guy, and they weren't sure when they came to the practice who was going to be the one at the helm. So apparently now they've decided. But those two have been sailing together for a long time, and interesting to see that they weren't quite sure who was going to do what, but. Now they've got it figured out, and they're doing a great job at it. Myanmar right now, 123 meters behind our leader, which is Team Philippine. As we see the Korean boat in second place right now. So Myanmar definitely have to go and attack that Korean boat. As a matter of fact, they need to go attack the Filipino boat, but it's a little bit far away right now, 130 meters. Here as we look at South Korean boat in second place.
But 140 meters, it's a lot right now. But, you know, all that takes for Myanmar to get back in the lead is one mistake from Philippines. And it's still possible. You know, I'm not saying that it's going to happen. Of course, we're wishing all the teams the best, but that's really all it takes. If they make one mistake, that lead is going to disappear in no time at all.
Oh, and look at the mainsails. South Korea right there with a nice full mainsail. As I see Myanmar in the background, the top half of their mainsail is inverted. So that's no good for the speed on this boat. Yeah, that's going to make it tough for Myanmar to be able to get back. As we're seeing right now, they're losing a couple meters because of that mainsail right there. Not quite as tight as the others. Look at, you see 148, 145. So perhaps the angle as well, as if we look at the different angles that everybody is sailing at, we'll definitely see a difference right there between the Philippines and Korea. Of course, Philippines just came out of attack, so that makes a whole bunch of difference. Look at this right now. Philippines just sitting over South Korea, so that's no good right now for South Korea. This is perfect for Myanmar. As Myanmar right now, you see in 131 meters, they're managing to at least not lose anymore. They were up to 140, so it's another drag race right now as we're waiting to get to the top to the weather mark. As we'll be getting to the weather mark in about 300 meters for the second time around, and the boats are so close right here as we're looking on a 3D. We see Myanmar off onto the right-hand side. They're coming back, but Philippines and Korea, yes, they're out in front, but they still have to put in one tack, which means that, look at that, Myanmar right now has got a straight line to get to the weather mark, as these two boats right now are going to have to tack. That's going to bring boat number 3 a little bit closer just as we get to the weather mark. So we've now been racing for 30 minutes, and the top 3 boats are all within, 5 boat lengths of one another.
Yeah, it looks like no more than that. You know, it's very tight, and they're all going to be pushing very hard to make it around this mark. They want to keep it nice and clean. It was super tight the previous race between these boats. But the separation is definitely drawing longer and longer here. Philippines has a nice lane straight into the windward mark. They just got to keep it really clean, really simple.
Yeah, it looks like they went a little bit over lane 9, so it was easy for them to keep their speed and just power themselves into that first mark. As you see it right now, they've increased their lead over the second and third place boat, as they were able to keep that speed up. A really difficult position for Myanmar right now to be able to keep that speed up. We're looking at the Philippines right now as they're about to arrive to the offset mark here. It should be coming into your images. at any moment. There it is. So big bear wave. Oh, look at that. Philippines getting an early hoist right there. Really trying to hoist that spinnaker early, which is great. Looking like it's gone past now the forced stay. So that's good. Only a couple meters, 1 meter left until that spinnaker is up at the top. Come on, get that jib down. Just drop it. Open up the... look, there's no one at the number one. No one's at the pit.
Yeah, there was no one there ready to drop the halyard of the jib just now. It helps, you know, just to drop the jib. Even 1 or 2 meters is all it takes just to let the wind fill in and pop that kite open. But they're going for a jibe now. They're going to steer clear of South Korea, who has now just hoisted their kite. Slightly slower with the halyard going up there, but they dropped their jib nice and early, and you could see that the kite opened straight away as soon as the kite is down. Myanmar did the same.
I love how Myanmar has totally understood that they're practically dropping at the same time they're hoisting. They got to be careful, because if they do it too fast, it's gonna be a huge mess. But right now, they're doing a great job getting that spinnaker up and that jib down as fast as possible. Let's take a look here. Myanmar looks like they're going to continue off to the left-hand side of the race course right now. So put in a jibe. Philippines and Korea going off to the right-hand side of the race course. Oh, by the way, you're probably asking yourself, why do they say the right-hand side when they're going down to the left? Well, that's because when we speak about a race course, we're always talking about the right-hand side of the race course as if you were looking towards the wind, towards the windward mark. Otherwise, you never know. It's like skiing. You don't know if you're going to go left. Yes, but climbers, skiers, left.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to keep it, there's got to be a standard. Otherwise, we're always change directions from when we're looking. So if we keep saying left and right, it's who's left, my left or your left?
Yeah, and if you're standing at the front of the boat looking towards the back, it's not the same left as if you're in the back looking towards the front. So, yeah, the right-hand side is always as we're looking up into the wind. And here comes a jibe from Myanmar. So now they've decided to jibe over and come back to the right-hand side of the race course.
You could hear the screeching just now from all the winches being grinded in and all the sheets being pulled in. It's really, this is the sound they're hearing constantly on the boat. They're always sheeting in, and you can hear the tension and action that's going on while they're sailing these beautiful SSL 47 one design keel boats. And it's just so much fun seeing them from this drone footage here. This is a view that you don't normally get in sailing, you know. It's just great that we can have this view, don't you agree, Jan?
It's just absolutely amazing. And just to think that drones have come into our lives not so long ago, you know, and now they're so popular, you can use them for anything. And I mean, look, we're showing you some of this great racing with these drones. Back in the day, you needed helicopters and all sorts of things to do this. But how it's changed. It's really cool to see that we can have these images right now live here in Thailand for the qualifiers, Asian qualifiers on the second day, and as we are on the last race of the day, tomorrow will be the last day of racing. We'll have 2 races tomorrow, and it'll be the golden day. All races will count double in points. That's going to be really exciting. Anything could happen tomorrow.
I think especially for Group A, you know, the possibilities for lead changes and people to grab that ticket from one another is huge. There's a lot of room for improvements coming into the racing, and they're all getting better and better. The racing is getting tighter and tighter, and the action is fully with us at the moment.
Beautiful champagne sailing conditions right here. It's 31 degrees, gusting between, let's say, 12 and 16 knots. And and sunny. How just great. Great sailing. It doesn't get much better than this. Stand by, she says. Here comes a jibe. Team Philippine. Oh, very nice. Very nice how they managed to keep that spinnaker really nice, and that was a superb jibe.
It was full the whole way through that jibe. There was not a single moment that kite was flapping at all. That was really a textbook jibe from Philippines right now. Let's see if South Korea can do the same. Keep that kite full and straight away into the power.
Well, not bad at all either, huh? It wasn't quite as full as the Philippine one, but no, that's really nice. So you see in these wind conditions, these teams are just having a blast right now. It's just a perfect sailing conditions right now. You've got the power, you've got the pressure in the sails, and it's just in the boat's handling. You don't have to struggle with it. You can just look at that, just cruising down, surfing the waves, getting as much speed as they can before they do a maneuver. And it's just really fun to be able to play with the water, play with the wind. What a great shot we have here as we're seeing the boats surfing along the waves. And who do we have here coming into the shot right now? It looks like that is Team Myanmar. So Team Myanmar. Oh, perhaps a last attack from Team Myanmar right now on the South Korean boat, trying to roll over them and try to steal their wind. It's close. It's close. I'm not sure.
It's going to be a difficult one for Myanmar. They look still like they're quite high on the ley line towards the finish mark, but if they can keep the pressure on and maybe even cover some of the wind of South Korea, they still have a shot at this. You know, the lead is not far away. You can see the distance between Myanmar and South Korea is getting smaller and smaller.
Take a look at this jibe right here. Oh, another really nice jibe. I really like how they've managed to take the spinnaker around the front before the mainsail, and at a certain point they've got both sails filled in, but not on the same side. Good job right there for Team Philippines, winning this race number 4. So that's beautiful for them. That puts a lot of points up for Team Philippines. And right now, it looks as though who's going to cross? This South Korea is low and slow. Oh, but still faster than Myanmar right there. I for a second there, I thought they were stopped and Myanmar was going to roll over them. All right, so good job right there as South Korea has just come into in second place, and Myanmar in third. And we're just waiting for Vietnam to cross the line right now. And so that will be it for the racing today, as this is the fourth race that we've had today. Second race for Group A. We've already had Group B a little bit earlier during the day, doing 2 races as well. So everybody's now sailed 4 races. All 7 teams have now raced 4 races, and tomorrow will be the last day of racing. It'll be the golden day. That means each race is worth double the points. So in this field, if you win, you're going to get 8 points, and if you get second place, then at that point you'll get 6 points, etc., etc., etc. So it'll be 8, 6, 4, and 2 for the points tomorrow that are given out here. So anything could definitely still happen, as we are taking a look right now at Team Vietnam coming across the line and putting in those oh so needed 1 point for finishing here in 4th place. There it is. Team Vietnam, after 2 minutes, have crossed the finishing line, and so no big drama today. Some nice, clean sailing that we saw, and points awarded for this race number 4 is 4 points to the Philippines, 3 to South Korea, 2 for Myanmar, and 1 for Vietnam. Now let's take a look at the overall results, as We have 4 races. Look at that. 14 points for Team Philippines, 12 for Myanmar, 8 for South Korea, and 5 for Vietnam. So coming into tomorrow, it's still pretty tight between the Philippines and Myanmar. So we really, it could be anybody's game here tomorrow. South Korea and Vietnam, if they pull something out of the hat tomorrow, perhaps could get a ticket to go on and qualify themselves to on the road to Rio. Not so sure. It's tough. It's really hard to say, but I'm thinking perhaps Philippines, Myanmar right now, as we've seen them consistently in the top places, look to me like they're setting themselves up for victory tomorrow.
Absolutely, Jan. If they stay consistent, it's going to be very hard to change.
We have Carolina with us right now. Carolina, what's going on the water?
Philippines, very, very good work today. You won the second race today. What was the key to win?
The key was really to focus on the crew work. Like we really had a struggle in the first race because of the crew work, and then I just asked my crew to focus on their job, and we did it.
Yes, and it was very nice battle after the first race today, because the first race was a little bit of tough.
Yeah, it was. Actually, we found that the opponents are really tough. Actually, since the very beginning of this regatta, they are not an easy opponent. So that's why if we really have an error with that crew works, it really ends our career here.
And how can you describe your team here, like in a few words?
We've been sailing together just on another boat. This one is a challenging one because this is the first time we are on the boat. So it's really hard to perfect.
And you also have a good experience in match racing, as I remember correctly.
Yes, that was a long time ago. Yeah, but I still applied it here.
Yeah, because here match racing can be really useful tomorrow. So what's the plan for the rest of the day today?
I think that's secret. No, same as before. Our opponent is very hard. They are really tough. They are good. So I think whoever has good crew work, she'll win.
Okay, perfect. So fingers crossed for you, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Congratulations, Team Philippines, on a great sail today. As we see, they sailed race 3 and race 4, so they were second and first today. Team Philippines doing a good job with 14 points up on the leaderboard. Now let's take a look at Group B. This is Group A. Now we're going to take a look here at Group B. Group B, they only have 3 boats in their group. So look at that domination right there by Team Oman with 4 wins, Alex, and 12 points. And then we have UAE just behind that with 7 points, and Kazakhstan with 4 points. You perhaps asking, why is there a 0 right there? Well, they had to abandon that race, and when you abandon a race, you don't get any points. You get 1 point if you go across the finishing line, but not if you have to abandon. So that is the scoreboards right there from both of our, from all 7 of our boats. Remember, tomorrow is the golden day, and we'll have double points. Here is the what you're going to have to do if you want to go to Rio. This is our Road to Rio map. As you can see, the Asian qualifiers on the bottom left-hand side right there in blue. So 2 spots. This is what this is the competition we're having right now. 2 spots, one Team A, one on Team B, or on Group A, Group B. And then after that, we'll have the African and Oceania qualifiers, where there will be 1 spot available for them. A little bit after that, in end of June, beginning of July, we'll have the European qualifiers, where there will be 4 spots available. And finally, the Pan American qualifiers, just a couple days before the actual SSL Gold Cup in Brazil. So those are 10 spots right there that teams will be fighting for. as 30 other teams have already qualified themselves to go to the SSL Gold Cup in Brazil 2026. So in total, we'll have 40 teams at the SSL Gold Cup. It'll be one heck of a race.
And bear in mind, these are going to be 40 of the best teams because they've all qualified and they've all been battling it out each time. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that rolls out.
It will be, for sure. So if you want to find out what's going on and you want to stay in touch, there's a bunch of ways you can do that. And right there on your screen are 4 possibilities. Either you can go on the internet and follow us through our website, or you can do it through Facebook or through YouTube. And, of course, Instagram is another possibility for you to find out, take a look at all the great pictures that we've been taking care of, the interviews, and everything else that you want to follow. Coming up right now, we're going to take a look at the replay of the last race of the day. And Alex, that's it from us here at the studio. So we'll say goodbye to everybody. Thanks for joining in today. We'll make sure that you come back tomorrow for the Golden Day. And thank you, Alex, for coming in today and helping me commentate.
Thanks very much, Jan. It's been a great pleasure to join you and watch the excitement out on the race course. I'm looking very forward to seeing how it all plays out.
Perfect. Here comes the replay. Thanks, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
1,000 words ain't enough to define the body of, yeah. Caught her look and she wants it back. She's firing up that body up, yeah, babe. You think that I want you, but nah, babe. You're one in a million, but it's not for me. I'm not into girls with a plastic trace. Don't take it too personally, yeah. My fault, my bad. The word's out, but you weren't ready for it. Show off, appearance of I got this, but I got.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I've been contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I can find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go?